test 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic test 1 2. All right, a very good morning to all of you ladies and gentlemen out there. Welcome to the Investment Fest 2025, day number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be something very exciting happening here at the stage area. We're going to play our investment game. So it's a series of quizzes, a series of investment questions. Of course, I think they are fairly easy to answer, yeah? All right, so make sure to bring your phone with you and come to the stage area because we are going to start very, very soon. Now, if you're wondering what the prizes are, we're giving away Aeon vouchers. First prize, you get 200 ringgit, okay? So that is absolutely amazing and very exciting. So if you want to join, please make your way to the middle. Now, for the exhibitors, if you want to join, please change your clothes first. Then I will close one eye, okay? So make sure to come to the stage here. We're going to start our session very, very soon, okay? And of course, once again, all of this is brought to you by Investment Fest 2025. Bijak labor, hidup makmur. Hi, all right, for those who are walking around, come take a seat. We're going to start very soon. It's a quiz session. There's going to be a lot of prizes. Top 10 winners, okay? Top 10 winners. There's going to be 10 winners. I don't even see 10 people here. So everybody is going to be a winner, okay? So if you are one of the visitors, come over to the stage area. You're going to give out 10 winners. But I see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 only. We still need at least minimum 4 more, okay? And yesterday, based on our benchmark, we had 50 people joining, right? So hopefully today, this morning, we'll be able to have 50 people as well. If not, okay, hi. Feel free to join. Come, take a seat, all right? So if there's anybody else who wants to join, make your way, especially those at the back of the hall. The booths it will still be there. You can visit it later, but the game is going to start very soon, okay? First prize is 200 ringgit Aeon voucher just for yourself, all right? Imagine how much grocery you can buy, even 100 ringgit, I'm also very happy already. But now you stand a chance to get 200 ringgit, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, I see some more people already gathering at the stage area. Amazing. So if you have the chance, make sure to come and join us, okay? And we are located inside the hall, Hall 3. For those who are listening to my voice outside the hall, yeah? And of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to join our Fin Plan for You. It is a free worth 500 ringgit worth of financial planning consultation, okay? One-on-one session. Hi, miss. Come. Feel free to join us, okay? We're going to have our mini game very soon, our investment game very soon here at the stage. Of course, we are giving away a lot of exciting prizes, right? So what's happening this very beautiful Saturday? We're going to have games. We're going to have presentations. We're going to have knowledge sharing. We're going to have lucky draw, okay? So I do see some of you here with the passport already, yeah? Awesome, amazing. Yesterday we gave out 2 Dyson, okay? So today is going to be the same or greater. I'll leave it to you as a surprise, okay? So the first session is going to be 2:30, lucky draw, and then there's going to be another session at 8:30 p.m., okay? So, but before that, we would like to run, of course, what we call the investment game. Yes. First lucky draw is 4 p.m. Correct, yes. All right, so I think I mentioned 2:30, so slightly wrong, yeah? Yesterday was 2:30, today is 4 p.m. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, make sure to come and join us. Hi, for the people outside who are still waiting, please do come in and join us. We're going to start very, very soon. And this is an investment game. We're going to ask a series of questions, investment related. You have to be fast and accurate, okay? So it's going to be multiple choice question. So the scoring is based on how fast you can answer and how correct it is lah. So accuracy is more important, because if you're wrong, you get 0, okay? You need to be correct and you need to be fast. Okay, so that's the tip I can give you. I tried myself yesterday. I was about at 11th place. All right, so I couldn't make it. So make sure you guys come and try it out for yourself. Okay, the investment games. For those behind, you want to take a seat, please feel free to take a seat. Yeah, come. Unless you're one of the exhibitors, then don't come take a seat. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, general audience, make sure to come and take a seat. We're going to start our investment game very, very soon. We're giving away 200 ringgit worth of Aeon vouchers in total. I think there's worth about 600, 700, 800 ringgit Aeon vouchers. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start very, very soon. I see the seats being filled up, but we probably still need a little bit more people. So if you're listening to this, come over to the stage area right now and we will start very, very soon. Thank you. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Now, we want to proceed. First of all, thank you for joining us and very warm welcome to the day 2 of InvestSmart Fest 2025. So what's going to happen now is we're going to play an investment game, right? So for that to happen, I would like to invite Hafiz from ST Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give him a round of applause?
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi. Okey, terima kasih. Siapa nak join kita punya investment game pada pagi ni make sure ada telefon. Tak ada telefon tak boleh join Okey. So apa yang kita ada hari ni sama macam semalam. Hi, my friend from Wibu. Okey. Kita ada 6 voucher RM20 dan kita ada voucher RM50, RM100, RM150 dan RM200. Kita ada 10 pemenang untuk kita punya investment game. Okey. Make sure you ada phone, you boleh join. Alright. Dan tuan-tuan puan-puan yang masih nak join, masih sempat, sebab kat sini tak ramai orang. So kalau tak ramai yang join, semua yang ada kat sini boleh menang sebab kita ada 10 pemenang. So boleh tak keluarkan QR code? QR? Alright. So macam semalam kita dah dapatkan 50 pemenang. Okey? 50 pemenang pula. 50 peserta sekurang-kurangnya. Sekarang kita dah ada 3, 4, 7. Alright. Dan saya ingatkan investment game ni khas untuk pengunjung sahaja, okey? Untuk exhibitor saya minta maaf tak boleh nak join Kalau saya nampak ada pakai baju Wibul ke, baju kenanga Zaki tak boleh join pakai baju investment ke tak boleh join Kalau betul nak masuk tukar baju dulu, make sure off duty. Alright? Abang Luno kat sana jangan senyum je, jangan masuk sebab asyik menang je tapi tak boleh ambil hadiah. Alright? So tuan-tuan puan-puan, uncle nanti boleh join kita punya investment game. Ada dapat voucher Aeon. Lepas dapat terus boleh beli dekat bawah. Alright. Kita ada 10 voucher. Kita ada 6 voucher bernilai RM20 dan kita ada voucher RM50, RM100, RM150 dan RM200. Boleh join kita Okey. Bang, join. Kita ada berapa orang sekarang? Kita ada 33 orang. Boleh tak dapat lagi? Kita nak 50. Nak make sure adalah sikit competition antara peserta. Okey Kak. Kak, nak join tak? Kita punya investment game boleh dapat voucher. Voucher Aeon. Alright. Betul lagi 35. Nak 15 orang lagi. Boleh tak? Aina, tolong tarik dekat belakang tu. Abang akak tu untuk masuk kat sini. Kita nak dapat 50 orang. Baru seronok sikit kita main game. iFast tak boleh masuk. Tukar baju dulu, boleh. Alright. Siapa lagi nak join? Abang, join kita sekarang. Ada voucher Aeon. Boleh terus dapat tak payah tunggu petang. Menang ni terus boleh guna voucher Aeon dekat bawah. Boleh tak? Kita dapat 50 orang. Sekarang 35, masih 35. 15 orang lagi. Boleh tak? Okey, soalan je senang saja. Ada 10 soalan. Okey, cara main dia scan, nanti letakkan nama, kemudian yang paling penting betul dan cepat. Kalau cepat sahaja tapi salah, tak dapat markah lah. Make sure betul dan cepat. Alright. Beats jangan join. Scan boleh tapi tak boleh dapatkan hadiah untuk pemenang. Alright. Boleh tak lagi? Sekarang kita ada 36. Boleh tak 14 orang? 14 orang lagi. Ada tak? Bang, boleh join kita tak? Duduk dekat tengah ni, kita join kita punya investment game. Rugi tau. Dapat voucher Aeon. Join kita Kak. Voucher Aeon. Investment game boleh scan. Encik Jawahar tak boleh masuk sebab daripada AC. Tapi kalau nak dapatkan jawapan bocor, boleh tanya Encik Jawahar ataupun siapa-siapa yang pakai baju investment. Tapi kalau dia tipu, itu kena double check semula lah. Alright. Berapa lagi? 41. 9 orang lagi. 9 orang lagi. 9 orang lagi. Boleh tak? 9 orang lagi. Join scan saja. Untuk kita join kita punya investment game. 10 soalan yang senang. Kalau tuan-tuan puan-puan dah pusing kat dalam ni, dah singgah booth AC, dah singgah booth bursa, Tashengo, Luno, investment dan sebagainya, soalan-soalan ni sangat-sangat senang. Okey. Scan, tekan, pastikan betul dan cepat, boleh menang voucher. Saya ulang sekali lagi apa hadiah-hadiah, kod-kod ada yang tak dengar tadi. Kita ada 10 voucher Aeon, kita ada 6 voucher Aeon bernilai RM20 dan 4 lagi tu RM50, RM100, RM150 dan RM200. Bang, boleh join kita punya investment game, boleh dapat voucher Aeon. Senang saja. Sekarang kita ada 45, 5 orang lagi, boleh tak? 5 orang lagi. Kalau tak ada, lagi 2 minit kita jalanlah. Kita bagi peluang kepada tuan-tuan puan-puan yang dekat bawah untuk menang. Okey, bang dekat sana yang pakai topi tu, boleh join kita tak investment game? Scan saja. Scan saja. Scan, main dekat telefon. Alright? Izzah, boleh dapatkan lagi tak? Kita nak 3 orang lagi. 3 orang lagi. 50 je kita jalan. Okey, 50 kita jalan 48 dah. Boleh tak lagi? 2 orang saja lagi. 2 orang saja lagi. Join. Bang, dah scan dah? Dapat voucher Aeon. Ya, abang pakai topi. Ya, betul. Anda dah join. Okey, terbaik. Boleh tak? 2 orang lagi. 48 2 orang lagi. Bang, join investment game bang. Boleh dapat voucher Aeon. Scan saja. Jom. Saya nak ada lagi. Berapa ni? 48. 2 orang. Susah betul nak dapat 2 orang ni. Right? 2 orang lagi. Abang tu scan saya tahu. 49. Boleh tak lagi? Sikit lagi. Sikit lagi. Dapat 50, kita jalan. Investment game. Voucher kita ada 10 ni. Rugi tak join. Soalan-soalan yang senang je. Kalau fikir logik pun boleh dapat jawapan. Kalau tak dapat fikir logik, tengok sekeliling pun dah ada jawapan dia. 50. Okey, kita jalan. Seperti yang saya janjikan, saya ulang. 50, kita jalan. 51. Alright. Go. Okey, ada 5 soalan saja, bukan 10. Lagi senang lah. Kita ready Semua Kita tengok soalan yang pertama. Paling cepat dan betul. Cepat dan betul. What is the main objective of the AC? Okey, apa objektif perubahan AC? Kita ada 4 pilihan jawapan. Kalau nak jawapan bocor, saya boleh bagi jawapan ni to issue currency. Kalau yang belum boleh jawab. Itu jawapan bocor. Boleh tentu betul, cuma bocor. Alright. Kita tengok 3, 2, 1. Ya, jawapannya to regulate and develop the Malaysian capital market. Kita kawal selia pasaran modal di Malaysia. Yang salah ni mesti tak singgah betul-betul kita punya booth kat depan, okey? Saya harap yang 3 orang ni yang salah ni singgah semula. InsyaAllah nanti ada kawan-kawan saya yang pakai baju investment akan terangkan kepada anda apa itu AC. Okey. Soalan yang seterusnya. Soalan kedua saya tak sabar nak tengok leaderboard. Siapa yang di atas? Okey. Which of the following is not under the AC supervision? Okey. Apa? Produk-produk di bawah ni bukan di bawah kawasan Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Jawapan dia, tengok saja sekeliling tuan-tuan puan-puan ni. Apa produk yang tak ada kat sini? Itulah yang bukan di bawah kawasan AC. Kalau tiba-tiba dia tengok tak ada tu, bukanlah. Kat sini tiga-tiga ni unit trust, investment advice, license fund manager ada di sekeliling kita. Alright. Ya, 2 ada juga yang jawab commercial bank. Okey, betul. Jawapan dia commercial bank Ini bukan di bawah AC, yang ni di bawah Bank Negara Malaysia. Yang unit trust, investment advice, license fund manager ni semua di bawah Suruhanjaya Security. Commercial bank jangan datang dekat AC pergi rujuk Bank Negara Malaysia. Alright, next. Okey. Soalan dah keempat A financial advisor contact you via WhatsApp and promises 30% return per month with zero risk. This is apa a scam ke, a great opportunity ke, novel investment ke, a secret only smart people know. Semua orang dah pilih dah. Ya, betul. Kalau dia kata pulangan tinggi tanpa risiko, itu adalah red flag, mesti scam. Sebab pelaburan mesti ada risiko. Kalau yang janji bulan bintang tu confirm scam. Ini ingat betul, ini adalah red flag. Yang kata a great opportunity dan kata novel for investment ni, pertama dia tak normal dia boleh janji guaranteed return. Yang ni bukan, ini great opportunity untuk kena scam bukan a great opportunity nak buat untung. Alright, next. Ini soalan yang terakhir. Soalan yang keempat. Soalan keempat. Kita masih ada peluang kalau yang ada salah tu. Before investing, you should ask. Apa jawapan dia? Okay, how rich will I be? Okay, ada kemudian, is this company registered with SC? Can I borrow money to invest? How do I get rich quick? So sebelum melabur, apa yang perlu anda tanya kepada diri anda? Yang ni mesti ini jawapan dia ni kalau salah saya pun tak tahu nak macam mana. Yang ni soalan ni mesti semua orang kena betul. Ya, pastikan sebelum melabur dia berlesen dan berdaftar dengan SC. Kalau tuan-tuan puan-puan nak tahu, kita ada investment checker, type saja dekat Google SC investment checker, boleh type nama individu dan entiti untuk check sama dia berlesen atau tak dengan SC. Kalau tuan-tuan tak percaya, buka Google sekarang, buat investment checker, check nama-nama yang ada kat sini, mesti dia berlesen dan berdaftar kita. Kalau betul ada check tapi tak berlesen dengan kita, tolong report kenapa tiba-tiba ada yang tak berlesen dekat sini. Alright, next. Soalan yang terakhir. Soalan yang kelima, kita tengok soalan penentu kepada siapa yang menang, siapa paling cepat dan yang betul. You see an ad, turn 100 into 10,000 in 30 days. Guaranteed. Apa yang salah dekat sini? Labur 100 dapat 10,000 dalam tempoh 30 hari. Sebulan je dia boleh dapat dah. Ini apa yang salahnya dekat sini? Semua orang dah undi Apa jawapan dia? Ada juga yang salah. Okey, macam saya sebut tadi, tiada pelaburan yang boleh menjamin keuntungan yang tinggi, dan yang kalau dikata tak ada risiko tu biasanya bukan biasa, itu confirm scam. Pastikan kalau nampak je airline macam ni 300 dapat 10,000 ataupun 36 jam 30 hari, ini confirm scam. Alright, jom kita tengok leaderboard siapa yang menang. Okey, kepada pemenang saya akan sebut namanya 3 kali. Selepas 3 kali sila naik ke atas, kita ambil gambar dan boleh ambil. Okey. Zul? Ada tak Zul? Ya Zul, nasib baik saya ajak tadi. Dah boleh menang. Sila. Ini kita punya pemenang nombor 1 yang akan mendapat bawa pulang RM200 voucher Aeon. Okey bang, duduk sebelah sini. Pemenang sentiasa dapat duduk di sebelah kanan saya. Alright. Seterusnya siapa ni? Ezekiel. Ya. Ini duduk dekat ni. Share jawapan ke? Cuma siapa lagi cepat kan? Okey sir. Duduk sebelah sini Next. Soria. Ya sir. Sebelah sini. Clippy. Clippy 1. Ada pemenang So, ini kejap lagi boleh turun bawah Terus pergi Aeon Kalau nak bawa saya pun boleh belanja makan. Faizi. Faizi 1. Ada. Abang. Ada abang. Abang pakai topi. Nasib baik saya panggil juga tadi. Alright. E. Betul saya sebut ke triple E? Ada E tak ada JS. Ya. Sir? H. Ada H. H1, H2, H3. Tak ada John? John Okey. Tan sekejap E. Exhibitor tak boleh masuk. Okey, cukup 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Lepas John siapa Boleh nampak tak? John Sekejap I kena tengok leaderboard dulu. Sekejap saya I kena double confirm dulu. Lepas John K. Okey, betul. Okey, kita dah ada 10 pemenang. Beri tepukan kepada semua pemenang kita di atas. Cukup betul? Tan? One more. Nice. Okey, one more. Siapa? Pingu. Ada Pingu. Pingu 1, Pingu 2, Pingu 3. Tak ada Pingu Joanna? Joanna 1, Joanna 2, Joanna 3, Cedric. Ya. Cukup Tan Alright. Kita ambil gambar dulu. Dapat ambil gambar, boleh ambil voucher and then boleh bawa saya pergi Aeon. Okey, masuk lagi. Okey, thank you. Okey, boleh dapatkan voucher daripada sahabat saya di bawah. Okey, kita mulakan dengan nombor 1 dulu Okey, lagi mudah Okey, just turun je beratur. Okey, thank you. Thank you very much and congratulations for your voucher. Okey, itu saja daripada saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat pagi.
Alright, awesome. Thank you so much, Hafiz, for the very, very rewarding session. We have a total of 10 winners already. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, all of this is once again brought to you by the Invest Smart Fest 2025. And of course, it has been a flagship event since 2014. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right up next on stage, we have a very interesting topic. Personally, I think It is about, is it safe to invest through e-wallet? All right. So we have our friends from the TNG Digital. They will be here doing a little bit of a sharing of knowledge, a little bit of presentation to ask the very important question: is it safe to invest through a digital wallet? All right, through an e-wallet. Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to go to the Fin Plan for You booth as well. It is a free one-on-one consultation, a financial planning consultation. It is absolutely free of charge, worth 500 ringgit, all right? It is, of course, first come, first serve. So if you are here, if you are at the Mid Valley Exhibition Center, at the Hall 3, make sure to make your way to the end of the hall to join our Fin Plan for You session, okay? And of course, we have our friends from Vibu, we have our friends from Kelanga, we have our friends from Luno, M Investment, and so much others, all right? So more than 45 exhibitors. Please make sure to come and join us, check them out. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have two lucky draw sessions actually, so make sure to complete your passport. Are you done? Not yet, not finished yet. Yeah? Okay, so once you're done with that, make sure to submit, and of course you get a chance to walk away with some amazing prizes. So yesterday we gave out 2 Dyson vacuum as a first prize, okay? So today the prizes is going to be even more attractive. I leave it to your imagination as to what it is, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, once again, all of this is brought to you by the InvestSmart Fest 2025, and of course, I'll see you shortly at the stage area for our next presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good morning. morning to all of you, and of course, welcome to the InvestSmart Fest 2025. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first sharing of knowledge, or you can call it presentation, or you can call it a talk, or you can call it a speech. It's up to you. All right. So it is going to happen, our first session of the day. Now, if you look at your passport, right, there is one column. It's called speaking session stage. Right. This is the session. Okay. So make sure to come to the stage area, sit down, join us, because we do have a very, very interesting topic, because I think I will find it very interesting. Yeah, is it safe to invest through e-wallet? All right. So as e-wallets evolve from payment tools to investment platforms, the real question is, can convenience and security truly go hand in hand when growing your money digitally? All right. Very interesting. And of course, to bring this knowledge, to share this knowledge, I'll have to invite, of course, our speaker, Miss Joanne. She has over 15 years of experience across telecom, banking, and fintech. She understands how people live, spend, and save, and turns that understanding into innovative financial experiences that improves our lives every day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we please give Joanne a round of applause?
Hello, thank you everyone. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Okay, for a lot of people who are in the hall today, whether you are from like a fund house or a broker, I think a lot of you still are not very sure that you can actually invest in Touch and Go e-wallet. Maybe you guys can give a show of a hand. How many of you before this has already invested in Touch and Go e-wallet? Oh wow, okay, not too bad. But people who don't know, the first question that comes to their mind is actually, is it really safe to invest through an e-wallet? Let me put more emphasis on this word, through an e-wallet. It's not with an e-wallet, it's through or via. So let me go through my slides. Okay, so like what the MC has already introduced, I have experience across a lot of industries, but in fintech, I've been here for like more than 6 years, and this 6 years is also quite is quite a milestone, because that's when I witness and be part of the team that witness how Touch and Go e-wallet from really zero, the last entrance in the market, to be a hero, the #1 national e-wallet today. So let's be honest, maybe I just go straight to the point. What do we normally use e-wallets for? Definitely payment, transfer, reload your TNG card for your toll, definitely. And also enjoy your RON 95 subsidy with Woody. We actually have a mini app on our app. Okay, but most Malaysians already trust e-wallet for almost everything. But have you ever thought of using it to grow your money? A lot of people, I think, still the answer is no, because they don't even know. Let us go back to a little bit of the history of the company. Of course, we started as a mobility company, leading in tolls and parking. So Touch and Go brand name is a brand name where you think of tolls and parking. But over time, we have evolved to become your everyday e-wallet, that you can use it for your offline payment, you can use it for your online payment, for Lazada, for Lazada, and also other things like Shein. Also transfer money in and out. Chinese New Year, Hari Raya, you actually receive money packets from Touch and Go e-wallet, I'm very sure. So today, we have a lot of other services. Apart from investment, we also have microloans. You have insurance, remittance, that means you can send money out of the country, send money out of the e-wallet. You can also purchase credit score like CTOS on our e-wallet. You can also pay internationally through our app via QR code or prepaid cards. And the next thing is also a loyalty program. Loyalty program that we have under Go Rewards, and our lifestyle where you can use for everyday needs, be it your F&B, your entertainment, and your any Islamic services. So, common questions that people have about e-wallets. I think if you are an e-wallet users, even though if you want to read, you want to be part of this, you can actually think of all these questions is, what happened to my money if I lose my phone? Can someone hack my account? Are my details safe? Or what if the company closes down? All these are questions that you have for our wallet. Even before you decided to invest, I think these are common questions and I'm going to address this. Okay, so I just want to tell you, your money, your e-wallet money, right, is ultimately protected by PIDM. Why and how? Because your e-wallet balance is held in a trustee account at CIMB and OCBC, separate from our company funds, and also under regulated secure framework. So we can't really touch your money. Even if you put your money into the e-wallet, we cannot touch it. It's a separate one under trustee, okay? And we are regulated by Bank Negara and Securities Commission, and that's why we are here today. We are invited by SC today to be here because we are licensed by them, and together we are also backed by strong shareholders like CIMB, N Group, and Lazada. Our security is very strong. You always need biometric login like your Face ID, your fingerprint to approve any transactions. So your money cannot go missing without you doing it, because all these are needed, all the biometric logins are needed for you to do so. And one device, any device, if you buy new iPhone 17 or what, you still can only have one account. You cannot have multiple accounts with multiple devices. And there's a cooldown period. First 48 hours for a new device login, right, you actually cannot use it. So it's pretty safe lah. And then there are extra protective features as well. There's Tap Secure. Only your device can approve the transactions. Cannot be linked to any other people. Only your device can. And then there is this wallet safe protection to protect your unauthorized fraud transactions up to 25,000. Okay? And your money is not managed by us. Okay, your money, your e-wallet money is already in trustee account. And if you invest through us into our partners' account, our partners' funds, your money is actually with the partner. And all our partners are also licensed by Securities Commission and Bank Negara. As you can see, our goal is powered by our liquidity provider, CIMB. Our principal fund is powered by our Principal Asset Management, ASNB. We also, through our e-wallet, you also can buy, ASNB fund, and also E-Trade, which is our share trading platform, is powered by our Affin Hwang Invest Management as our share trading partner. Okay? So let everyone visualize this again. When you invest as low as 10 ringgit through the e-wallet, your money goes into all these different funds, different accounts, and your money is professionally managed by licensed partners. Your investment does not sit in the e-wallet balance, but you can track and manage your investment easily on the app. So instead of downloading multiple apps, probably just one app that can fit that needs. Okay, so let me repeat again because it's so important. Your investment does not sit in your TNG e-wallet balance. It's managed by my partner, but you can monitor everything and manage it on our app. So every day Malaysians are already growing their money safely. Actually, more than 4 million Malaysians have started their investment journey with Touch and Go with TNG e-wallet, and more than 2 billion safely managed through our trusted partners. So a lot of them have already started investing with us. So what are you waiting for? Okay, so apart from investment, like I say, we do have other products. For savings, we have Go Plus and also Principal Islamic Money Market Fund. For investment, we have our gold, our unit trust, and also our share trading. And there's also insurance that from car insurance that you can renew with us, all the way to your travel insurance that you are going to use for end of the year. and also wallet safe that I mentioned to protect your wallet. All of them are in our app. And if you want to see everything more than investment, you can go to Go Finance. That's where you can also find loans, you can find remittance and other things. So Go Finance is just next to your scan button under your homepage. So I think for today, we definitely have interesting prizes for you. So visit our booth to collect your stamp. I know it's part of your duty, but if you invest a minimum 100 ringgit in our unit trust funds and also our digital gold, you actually stand a chance to win 1 gram worth of a mask, which is the digital gold. Today's price is about 560, and that 560 ringgit worth of gold could be yours. Okay, thank you very much. Do you guys have any questions? I'm here to...
Yes, it's not about your presentation. I just want to know, when is Touch and Go going to go IPO?
I already expected this question before I came, but this is not something that I can reveal, and it's not something that I would know. So stay tuned. If there is good news, definitely everyone will know.
Any other questions from the floor? Yes.
Excuse me, can I ask you something about your toll booth? Your RFID. Why is it Touch and Go runs the toll booth, but the RFID you're supposed to popularize it, but when you go to Puchong or anywhere, there are only one counter for RFID. Aren't you going to expand this?
Okay, for RFID related question, to be fair, it's supposed to be answered by my colleague. But what I know is how many RFID counters is actually not what Touch and Go have the purview to decide. We have to actually work together with our toll partner, whoever the provider is, to decide how many toll booths will be there. Yeah, so, but if your RFID has problem, it's not really effective, you can't go through, then you can go to Bangsa South and we can fix it for you.
Okay, awesome. Any more questions from the floor? Yes, handsome sir. You have any questions for her? Yeah?
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for doing a great job with Touch and Go.
Oh, thank you.
I noticed recently I purchased Wallet Safe,
Yes.
and then inside Wallet Safe there were some additional insurances.
Inside wallet safe, oh yes, there are other type of protections like the PA protection, yeah.
So what insurance is part of Wallet Safe, especially the personal accident
Yes.
I'm interested in, and then how can I upgrade the personal accident
Oh, okay, so
in the wallet?
Okay, I will also try to answer some insurance related question then. Okay, for wallet safe, there are two things that we are protecting. The first one is the wallet, which is related to the fraud transaction. And then the second part is on the personal accident. It's actually an additional service that we are protecting on top of it. And how do you want to upgrade to another one? I guess under our e-wallet, we still have other personal accident insurance. And that's when that you can compare with different partners or different providers and see which one suits your needs. Okay, thank you.
One more question on your Touch and Go.
Oh, okay.
I noticed that your Go Plus is only the limit is only up to 20,000.
Yes.
Any chance to increase that to a higher limit?
Since regulators are here, probably if regulators allow, I will try to.
I mean, does your app allow? There's like another tier of a investor or something?
Okay, for Go Plus, the maximum limit is 20,000. But actually, in our app e-wallet balance limit is also 20,000. So at one point of time, if you want to talk about the money they use for payment, it will be 20 plus 20,000. So 40,000. But I understand that why people want to put in Go Plus is because they want more limit to enjoy that 3%. So there's another product that is similar in nature, which is also a money market fund. It's called the Principal Islamic Money Market Fund. That one has no limit. You can put unlimited balance. But the difference is that one is really purely for savings and you can't use it for payment. Yeah.
Your e-wallet is the one that's protected under PIDM 250,000, right? The Go Plus and this money market fund is not protected, right?
Yeah. Definitely, we cannot say it's protected. Everything is not capital guaranteed
But under
as well.
the PIDM, it's only the e-wallet.
The PIDM long term is when the money in e-wallet go into our trustee account managed by CIMB and OCBC. That one is PIDM. But more questions that you have related to all this, you can visit our booth. We can spend more time there. Thank you.
Just now you mentioned about the Go Plus. It's 3% per annum. Daily rest.
Sorry?
Daily rest, whatever balance
daily
they
return,
have.
yes.
Okay, can you elaborate on this Investival 2025? Earn up to 10% per annum extra bonus.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Investible is actually just a campaign, a promotion. So if you invest in some principal products, a minimum of 200 ringgit, then you will get 10% plus 1% per annum for 1 month. So it's just a promo. Yes. And it's on unit trust funds and also PRS.
All right. Are there any more questions from the floor?
Yeah, please visit our booths. You stand a chance to win 1 gram worth of gold. And we will also answer all your questions with the longer time permitted.
All right. If there's no more questions, can we give Joanne a round of applause? Thank you, Joanne, so much for the very insightful sharing. So today we learned we can invest through Touch and Go. All right. So today it is a very knowledgeable session, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, I have a prize for you. Yeah. So it's a 20 ringgit Aeon voucher. It's a first come first serve. So you raised your hand first. Joanne, can you help me pick someone? Oh, no, she's busy. I'll just pick someone. Yeah. So the question is. So, there's a cooldown period for a new device login. How many hours is that? Yes. 12. No. That's yes. 24. No. 48 is correct. Yeah, can you come this way? So it is very safe for the 8 cooldown period, for the 8 hours, all right? So thank you, Joanne, as well for the very insightful sharing. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, next up we have a very exciting topic. I'm not sure what the content is. I'll look into it, but the title attracts me. Get ready for party. What kind of party? We can find out later, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, make sure to get your stamps for your passport. Yeah, so this is for your lucky draw, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for joining us, and we will be back very, very shortly, all right? So all of this is brought to you by the Event Smart Fest 2025, flagship event of Securities Commission Malaysia since 2014, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I'll see you soon. and we are going to start very, very shortly, all right? So for those out there who are still standing around, hi, very nice to meet all of you. Welcome, welcome to join. Come, take a seat, yeah? Because we have some prizes to give away after the session as well, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, all of this is brought to you by Investmark Fest 2025. The stage is open, the stage area is open. If you want to learn more, 如果想要学多一点知识的话，关于 investment, please make your way to the stage area, take a seat, and we will start very, very soon, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very interesting, a very exciting topic. Yeah? Get ready for party. Okay, but what kind of party? Mr. Kenny will tell us, right? So let me introduce Kenny to all of you. He has over 3 decades of experience in equity research. Kenny, head of research and founding member of the Rakuten Trade, offers deep insights into Malaysia's small and mid-cap landscape, all right? So there's a little bit of description here. I'm sure Kenny will get more into it. Liquidity momentum is building up and opportunities are lining up, all right? Join us as we break down what's driving the flow and how you can ride the next wave of market excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can we give Kenny a huge round of applause?
As you notice, there may be some difference between the actual title and this title. But anyhow, it's regarding party. Whether you happen or not, you know, judge for yourself when I go through the presentation. I didn't blame it on ASEAN meeting. Okay. Without much further ado, let me begin the presentation. All right, just a snapshot on what happened this year so far. As we all know, you know, Donald Trump is the main star for 2025. You know, here I put Trump against the world. I think apart from his not so friendly enemies like China, the Asian countries, he also has been agitating his friends and allies. All right, so hence the heightening global uncertainty, as reflected by the pathetic U.S. job market and also the weakening economy. Also, with that in mind, right? I mean, expectedly, most of the foreign funds are departing U.S. and look elsewhere for new avenues to invest. Okay, I think Northern Asia, especially Hong Kong, China, they are performing really well. Apart from Japan, India, and also Taiwan. All right. Having said that, Southeast Asia countries, it's been a mixed bag so far. I think Malaysia has underperformed. I mean, not underperformed, but it's in negative territory year to date. Okay, as for corporate Malaysia, right, I think so far we have dished out a decent performance in terms of corporate earnings. I think, okay, let's ignore 2025, flat 1.2% growth. Let's look at 2026. 2026, I think we are expecting earnings growth to expand by 6.6%, all right? I mean, from 6.2% previously. I think that's quite a decent figure going forward. Especially, I think the banking sector is still doing rather well, all right? Okay, before we go into the local market, let's look at what's happening in the US. I think I'm sure, all of us, I mean, all of you may be interested on the latest development in the US. I think US is a fantastic market for trading purposes. Okay, what I put here is an inconvenient truth about the US, all right? As I mentioned just now, Trump's tariffs, his arrogance has backfired. I think he's hitting the U.S. economy somewhat. I think if you look at the latest job figure. Unemployment rate has actually risen a bit to about 4.3% from 4.2 previously. But one of the major headache that I'm seeing that is bugging US would be their huge national debt. 38 trillion USD. How are they going to service this? I don't know. All right, but on a yearly basis, right, they are paying about 1.3 trillion USD in interest alone, based on the current US prime rate, 4-point-something%. All right. And also, I think if we are aware that, the downgrades by the three major rating agencies, namely S&P, Fitch, and Moody's, also has leveled up the financing costs for the US. And as you all know now, the de-dollarization is happening. I think slowly. I'm not saying that tomorrow, all of us would abandon the dollar, but slowly, I think most of us realize that, a lot of countries will be dealing in their own currencies rather than doing the US dollar. So I think with that, right, a lot of fund managers are, more risk aversive on holding on to US denominated assets. As you can see, most of the non-US based funds, right, they are leaving, the US market to look elsewhere. I think we all know that gold has been a fantastic asset to invest over the past year. And also slowly we are seeing the Asian equities are climbing up their preference table as well. All right. And last but not least, I just want to highlight, the US banking sector. I'm not talking about this, the global banks, just the US regional banks, the small banks, standalone banks. I think last week, the market has been rattled by the latest bankruptcies, auto-related, namely Tricolor and also First Brands. This has so-called create some ripples amongst the US banking sector again, all right? Although the impact is not big, all right? What I put here is that if you see one kacat, there'll be a lot of kacat hiding, all right? So be vigilant on the US banking sector as well, because at a current high interest rate environment, I think a lot of banks are suffering as well with their cash flow. All right, how the US finance their national debt, 38 trillion, remember that? 2015, the list of countries or financiers for the US national debt, more diverse. You can see, quite a number of Asian countries, namely China, Japan, Hong Kong, Taiwan. All right, I mean, the list goes on. But come 10 years later, 2025, only Japan and China remains. The rest vanish. I think it's obvious that there's a shift within, these countries that's sponsoring the US debt. Having said that, right, you can see the China's amount of holdings in China, by China against 10 years ago. 10 years ago, China topped, 1.3 trillion. Now it's almost half, So we are seeing that the US may face with difficulties in financing their 38 trillion national debt going forward. Okay, come back Hong Kong. What I put here, yum yum dim sum. Okay, why? Because there's still big appetite for Hong Kong equities. As we all know, year to date, Hong Kong equities has gained by 26%. All right, I think although the current valuation in terms of PE, right, has gone up at par to their historical averages, but we still believe that there are still some legs for the Hong Kong market to move higher. All right, and also as mentioned just now, foreign funds are slowly changing their tune on the Asian markets, especially Hong Kong. I mean, I think Hong Kong, as we all know, has been a hotspot for equities, before all this foreign boycott thing, I think Hong Kong has been the number one destination for foreign funds, all right? And recently, I think Citigroup has already said that, they are looking at 27,500 in the Hang Seng Index by end of this year. Whether it happen or not, let's wait. But personally, I think it may happen, if the liquidity continues to flow into this region, all right? And also, as you can see, you may have known that, China, the Chinese government, they are very aggressive in with their easing policies, all right? And you can see that, their interest rate has been on a downtrend, okay? It's just to instill more confidence, all right, to revive their ailing domestic market and also their property market. I think one of the most important ones is, they can still play with the triple R, okay, the reserve requirement ratio. I put here that, with every 25 basis point cut in the triple R, right, it will inject about 70 billion USD into the market. I think already China has done a few cuts over the past 12 months or so, all right? That's why, Hong Kong, mainly boosted up by the foreign funds. Chinese market, I think, predominantly is being propped up by the domestic retail funds, okay? This is an illustration of what happened to the Shanghai Composite Index. I think you can see that the interest rate in China has been on a downtrend, and index, as you all know, equities and interest rate, they move on the opposite direction, all right? So this is what's happening at the moment in China, all right? I think the Chinese government is, easing policy has, pushing down the interest rates. Hence, more retailers are withdrawing their money out to invest in equities. Okay, valuation, Wall Street against HSI, all right? These are the current valuation on Wall Street, NASDAQ, Dow Jones, and also S&P 500, okay? The latest one here, against the historical, is way above the historical level. Hong Kong at the moment is also slightly above its historical level of 11.5 times PE. Okay, but Hong Kong, I think, is quite a unique market. Like I said just now, I think once the liquidity comes in, right, this PE may even surpass the 20 times level. I'll show you afterwards. Hang Seng Index from 975 to 2025. Okay, you can see that there are instances whereby the PE ratio of the Hang Seng Index surpassed the 20 times level. But I've highlighted this with these 4 pillars, okay, since year 2000, okay. So that's why I said there are still legs for the for the Hang Seng Index to move higher, and also that 28,000 for Hang Seng Index, right? I think that's not too far-fetched by this year end. Okay, here I've segmentized performance of the Asian market into 3 categories. Neutrals, Southeast Asia, okay, us, neutral, lalang. The bros means, friends with the US. Not bros, US enemies. Last few years, US enemies market dropped like hell, you see all, But recently, since last year, right, it rebounded quite impressively. Why? Because the foreign non-US based funds, right, they are ditching the US assets and coming back to Asia, all right? But having said that, the neutrals, the Southeast Asia region market has been on a mixed bag, right, and ignore Vietnam lah. Vietnam, I think recently they have been promoted to emerging market status. That's why we can see some funds moving into Vietnam. Ignore Vietnam, all right? But overall, Southeast Asia has been a mixed bag, right? Okay, let's fly back to Malaysia. As I mentioned just now, I think the 5-year average PE, at the moment, we are still below our average valuation. That's why I think there's still some positivity on the local market in terms of valuation. All right, if you go down the list, right, I think most of the Asian market is still trading below their historical average. That is why I think decent valuation and steadier fundamentals within the Asian region, right, should be the main attraction for foreign funds to flight of funds back to Asia. All right. All right. I mean, by having said that, I think year to date we are seeing disappointing funds flow, especially from the foreign side. All right. Year to date, net outflows 18 billion. Alamak. That's after 2 years of net outflows. I mean, 2023, 3 billion, 2024, 4 billion. Okay, this year lagi teruk, 18 billion. But having said that, right, one thing is that we should also applaud the local institution for supporting the market. I mean, they have been the main buyer for the market. Huge net outflow by the foreign funds, but foreign shareholding is still steady. Why? You can see that the foreign shareholding, right, apart from 2023, below 14%, it has improved to about 19 to 20%. Despite net outflow from foreign funds, yet our foreign shareholding has been steady and improving. Why? I think one obvious reason is that the long-term, the real investors, they are in for the real purposes, all right? Those come in outright, those I would say are the day trippers, like Singaporeans come over, buy toilet paper, balik, those type of illustration now, okay? So those in out, those are the day trippers. That's why we are seeing quite volatile flows of foreign funds, especially from a foreign side, all right? But this foreign shareholding that illustrates, there's still confidence within Malaysia's equities. But hopefully, the foreign shareholding would improve to between 25 to 30% going forward. Hopefully. Pray. Okay, retail participation, like us. Of late, it's improved to 19.5%. I think not too bad. I think, retail participation at one time has dropped to a low of 16%, I think only a few months ago. But of late, some retail funds are trickling in. All right, I think from the previous slide, right, we saw that, hang on, sorry. We saw that, retail funds has been a net inflow of about 800 million ringgit. So, okay, I think slowly retail are moving back into the domestic market. Sorry. But moving forward, I hope that the retail participation will improve, instigated by the persistent net inflow of foreign funds. I think things work in a very orderly manner, okay? I think funds will come in, buy blue chips, I think the velocity increase. Naturally, it will attract more retail participation when they feel that the secondary market can make some money, okay? All right, but over the past month, right, actually the small cap index, outperformed the KLCI. So it's quite heartening to know that, there are some retail money coming in, playing within the small to mid-cap segment. All right, hope this will continue. Okay, looking ahead. Money, money, money. All right, very funny. We all think that the Western world, kaya, right? But in terms of foreign reserves, here I've compiled the top 10 in Asia, top 10 in the West. You look at the total, right? Total foreign reserves in Asia, 7.7 trillion USD. Wow, the West, right? Almost half, right? About 5 trillion USD. All right. And of course, our Taiko, China, 3 over trillion. Okay, foreign reserves. The one is Ping Kwa Kwa. And mana US? There's no US here. That's why Trump complained about this, inequitable trade balances between US and the rest of the world. They have been deindustrializing their own country, all right, to enjoy life, while Asia, right, has been sponsoring them on a credit basis, right? So, if you look at the total foreign reserves, definitely all the money is residing in Asia, all right? So, if the adage, right, money attracts money, then Asia is in for a very exciting moment, So I think that's why I say, I think Asia is poised for some excitements, and I expect that year-end party will definitely will occur, I think starting from Hong Kong, China first, maybe it will cascade down to Southeast Asia region going forward, right? So I think definitely now we are seeing some realignment of funds out of US back to Asia. I think, like I said just now, decent valuation and steadier fundamentals in Asia. That would be their main attraction for foreign funds. All right, let's party. I think party. I think definitely will occur. Trust me. I think Hong Kong now is regaining its position as a prime destination for foreign funds. I think Hong Kong market, we all know, their market thrive on liquidity, right? And the liquidity is definitely coming. As you all know that after 4 years of hiatus, right? I think Hong Kong over the last 4 years has suffered from all this foreign boycott. But now foreigners, they cannot boycott anymore. I think they got no choice but to come back and look for decent valuation and also some mega sale stocks, right? You see, the HSI has rebounded from below the 15,000 in 2022 to about 26,000 currently, right? And just to recap, right, the Hang Seng Index touched the high of above 31,000 before the so-called boycott happened. I think it was 2018 or something like that, I can't remember, right? So that's why, we are quite optimistic that funds will come in and the Hang Seng Index will improve moving forward. As for the Southeast Asia market, right, I think so far the funds, I say, they are day trippers, in, out, but they are not, not here for longer term basis. But once the party in China, Hong Kong dissipates or erodes, right, cool down a bit, these funds, I believe, would naturally move back to Southeast Asia region. All right, that's where I would say the party should start in hopefully Malaysia as well. All right. Hence, I've tweaked, I think last quarter I've tweaked our year-end target for KLCI from 1630 to 1650. I think if what I'm saying is correct, right, this 1650 can be easily surpassed. And with that, right, I think based on the latest figure as well, I have introduced our target for 2026, okay, at 1730. right? So if the liquidity does come back to this region, right, I think our index may actually test the long-awaited 1,007, 1,700. I've been waiting for so many years already. You know, hopefully this time round, it will be a reality than just wishful thinking. All right. So, you know, hopefully that would occur. And also in terms of the USD against the Malaysian dollar, I think Malaysian dollar will definitely strengthen against the USD. At the moment, I'm putting by year end 410, 415 because definitely this month the Fed will reduce interest rate. You know, I think December another round of cut in interest rate as well. Good for equities market, but I think be very careful in the US lah. Huh? I know most of us like US because it's a trading market. Easy to go in, easy to come out, but just be mindful, all right? I think don't put everything into US market for a time being lah, all right? Okay, so some stocks for you to look at, you know, these are the blues, okay? These are our favorite. As you can see, you know, the usual names lah, you know. I mean, these are the more steadier ones. As for the small to mid cap, these are our recommendation, all right? These are our analysts' favorite, so anything happen, you can look for them. Don't look for me. All right, so with that, sekian terima kasih. So hopefully, happy trading, make some money. See me, treat me some coffee lah. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kenny. Do you want to do a Q&A session? Okay, any questions from the floor? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to ask his opinion on the Hong Kong market, which are the recommended picks. Hong Kong.
Yeah.
What are your recommended stocks or anything?
Oh, I think Hong Kong at the moment they are the usual ones lah, you know. Which are the BYDs, the Bank of HSBC, Bank of China. I mean those usual ones. Don't go for the funky ones yet, you know, because the index hasn't moved up to the 28,000 level yet. You know, stick to the old names first. All right.
What about any opinion on South Korea?
South Korea, I only Sun Hyung-min. Football, I don't know. South Korea, no, sorry.
All right, any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to ask you, how do you know whether the foreign funds are coming into a particular region? You use Bloomberg or something to
Yeah. Because we track the data supplied by Bursa lah. You know, that's why year to date, 18 billion net outflow. Hopefully, this 18 billion would be reduced over the next 2 months.
Can you share any stock picks for small cap and mid cap? Just now the one is big cap, right? AMB or the, like small cap.
Small cap, I'll show you the second. Hey. Hang on. Sleeping leh. Nah.
All right, any other questions? Last call, maybe one more question from the floor if possible.
Last call.
Otherwise, all right, that's it. Thank you so much, Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Kenny a round of applause? Absolutely amazing. So even have some stock picks for you to study. All right, thank you so much, Kenny. And of course, I have something to give away. I have a 20 ringgit Aeon voucher. So my question is very simple, okay? Just now at the slides, we have a figure, right? Talking about Hang Seng Index. What is the current price? Yes. 26,000 is correct, but I need it to be accurate to the figure. The slide is 26,000, but if you check Google, there's a different answer, yeah? Right. 26,500 is not correct. Okay, any more tries? Yes. 31, no. That's way far. 26 is correct. Yes. 26. 26,160. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations, sir. Come. Oh, you didn't even look at your phone, huh? How you remember that, huh? Okay, come claim your prize. Amazing, all right? So, thank you once again to Kenny from Rakuten Trade. If you want to find out more, if you want to learn more, I'm sure you can look for their booth at this hall, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the InvestSmart Fest 2025. Next up, we have a very special presentation by Mr. Kevin from FIM. So it is going to be a topic that probably hits very close to the heart, yeah? A smart move for a stress-free retirement. So when we talk about retirement, you know, it's always being very stressful. You have to save up, you have to earn a lot. So this is probably going to be a very close to heart topic for a lot of people, because I think we're all here for one goal, which is to, you know, retire stress-free. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that will happen in about 5 minutes time. So do stay tuned, stick around, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Health and purpose. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this presentation is brought to you by Kevin Neo. Kevin Neo is a certified financial coach and licensed financial planner with over 15 years of experience helping Malaysians achieve clarity and confidence in their financial journey. All right, so today the topic, once again, it is a stress-free retirement. Ladies and gentlemen, on the floor especially, can we give Kevin a round of applause?
Thank you. And good afternoon to everyone. So we are here to talk about how to have a stress-free retirement. Just now you guys get some stock ideas. After that, hopefully you make a lot of money and then you have stress-free retirement. All right? Okay. So I believe it's very important for us to have two-way communication. However, I understand that the environment here might make it a little bit challenging, but we will try our best, all right? So I've shared a few. This is some other talk I did recently. So normally I would invite participant or audience to share in their definition, what does it mean for a stress-free retirement? And these are some of the responses and inputs from the floor. But apparently not today. I wish I could hear from you also. But as we can see, some of them say being debt-free, being healthy, have good health or good wealth, or no longer have small kids, equals to able to have a stress-free retirement. Whereas some of them will say that I want to always be able to travel and focus on spiritual activities. So now, the reason I share this is to invite you to think. Every one of us have our own very personal definition of what is a successful or stress-free version called retirement. But what about you? For me, maybe it's able to travel and eat and cafe hopping every day. But for another person, maybe it's just to be able to spend without guilt, enjoy their time with family peacefully, and be healthy all the time. So it's very important for us to understand what matters to us so that we can then create a plan to live this life out. All right, so as you can see, these are other people's definition of stress-free retirement. And from here, maybe we can also notice one thing. It's not just about having a lot of money. Sometimes having a lot of money, but I don't have a good quality of health, then the question becomes, what do I want all this money for? And it can be another way around, of course. Now, I also asked people from the other talk with about 100 over responses, what are the definition of financial success for you? And I invite them to rank among these 7 items. First one, most important. Second, important to the least important. And it's not a surprise for me, but it's good to see that most of the responses rank. Number 1 is not about, if you look here, number 3, rich in assets. Generally means very rich, big pocket. But they are not ranked as the most important thing by these 100 over people 2 weeks ago. And apparently to them, more important than having a lot of money is to be able to not feel anxious when they think about their financial situation, and also able to spend guilt-free. I think most of us down there, you are not retired yet. Agree or not? And some of you maybe still many years to the age we think as retirement. But I have the opportunity to work with many people who have entered their so-called retirement. And you know their major problem is not that they don't have money to spend, is they are afraid to spend their money. Because when you work, every month your salary will come in and refresh your account balance. But once you retire, you are not just your job retire, your salary will retire together. And that means, right, every 30 days, we don't get a refresh in our account balance anymore. And this feeling actually drives them to feel very fearful to spend money. And we will say things something like this. Maybe I don't do this first, later lah. And then we think that at 60, we want to start enjoy at 65, 70, so that we don't use up all our money too soon. But something may have happened in between. So from what they rank, living their life on their own terms and having options in life is also equally important. So maybe this is what we want to think about. When you think about retirement, most of the time, we were told you have to prepare a lot of money, to the extent that some of us, especially the younger one as well, they are so stressful, they want to sacrifice some of their lifestyle today so that they have more money to save for a life that is 20 or even 30 years later. But maybe sometimes you don't need to just have a lot of money, or maybe it's more important for us to understand how much money we need. So in this session, what I want to achieve is to give you a little bit better in terms of clarity so that you can have a lower stress level when you think about retirement. And more importantly, you can find a few key steps for you to start making meaningful progress for yourself. Now, I want to share a study called Selective Attention, done about 20 over years ago. So in this photo, in this experiment, people are asked to count how many times the people who wear white shirt pass the basketball around. It's a video about 12 seconds clip. So people will be counting. The correct answer is 15 passes. However, at the end of the clip, the experimenter asked the participant, do you see a gorilla in the video? And which is what most of people, they don't notice that there's a gorilla walk in and walk out from the video later. And this is the unexpected gorilla. Now, the reason most people don't notice this is because you are told to focus on counting number of passes. So something that escapes our attention because we are too focused on something else. Now, the reason I want to share this is that when we are very focused on one thing, it is very possible or likely for us to not notice something else that's going on around us or something else that's more important that requires our attention, even though it is happening and it is really taking place. Which is why a lot of time we are conditioned by society, by advertising messages, that when you plan for retirement, you need to think about money, money, money. What is the investment you need? What is the return you need? How much you need? How much to spend? How much not to spend? It's all about money. But actually, when you talk about retirement planning, money, while it's important, it's also very important for us to not neglect the human in the whole picture. Because you think about it, is the money here to serve me or I'm here to serve my money? That's a very important question to ask. And the human maybe don't need all the money in the world, but the human will need more clarity about what kind of life means good for me, or having flexibility to change from time to time and have a good balance in doing things. So these are the normal risks or challenges when we talk about retirement. We talk about the good news is we are all living longer, but living longer means you need more money. And we also talk about cost of living is going up, which means we need to spend more to buy the same item, only that it is lesser and smaller. And as we know, healthcare is not cheap, right? Even medical insurance is getting more and more unaffordable and expensive. So if we are living longer, we may even need more money for medical funding. And at the same time, another big risk is about a chance for us to spend too much and spend too fast. That's called overspending. And then nowadays, I think it's also fair to say that another very major threat for our retirement security is called fraud and scam. Fraud and scam, maybe we save, we are very careful with our spending, we spend very little to ensure it can last a lifetime, but a scam can actually wipe out all our retirement and future savings in just a split second, which is why it's very crucial to be aware of this. So these are all the major risks and challenges threatening a person who is preparing to retire and also a person who has retired. Now, however, these are problems that majority of it focus around money only. It's not challenges about the person yet. And this is why I want to share some of this with you. Now, these are some of the unspoken challenges about retirement that we don't hear enough about. For instance, loss of identity. When we are working, we are somebody at our work. We are somebody defined by our job title. Now imagine a person who is a manager or a vice president. Every day they go to office, they know who are they because they have a job scope, they have a job designation defining who are, what they do, who report to them and whatnot. But the moment they retired, everything gone. sometimes people who retire, the thing they share out is this: I actually don't really know who am I as a person, and that's what I mean by loss of identity. I have a friend who retired about 44 years old. Very young, right? It's a magic number that most people are working towards. Before 45, retire, have a lot of money. The problem is he cannot adjust into his new lifestyle, because once he retire, he wake up, to him it's like, I'm just a father, I'm just a husband. Who am I? That's the question he asks. And he's not the only one that I have this kind of conversation with. Now, when we no longer have our job, most of the time we actually maybe sell 8 hours of our time to our company, Monday to Friday, for some people Monday to Saturday, right? But when the moment we retire, we no longer have a job. Imagine the first few weeks, maybe honeymoon. We can watch Netflix, go sit, rest, do this, do that. However, after some time, things will become very dull and very too routine, and we will find that our life has lost some meaning already. I have another friend who retired abruptly because of argument with his new supervisor. So she retired at the age of 52 years old. Now, once she retired, she have a very tough time settling in because she become too free. And when she become too free, what she do is every morning she would follow the husband. When the husband go to work, the husband will drop her in one of the major shopping mall in Klang Valley so that she can walk around there and wait until lunchtime. Because lunchtime she can catch up with her ex-colleagues who work around those areas to have lunch together. So this is what she do to fill up her time. Now, the challenge is, right, her friends, her ex-colleagues have only 1 hour of lunchtime. So she can only stay with them, or they can only spend time with her for 1 hour. When they have to rush back to work, my friend again have to confront the question, what do I do next until 5 to 6 p.m. when my husband can pick me up again? So she will spend time in shopping mall. Now, our environment is very influential. When we spend a lot of time in shopping mall, it is also more likely that we unknowingly, we happen to spend more money. And this is what also drives her sense of guilt at the same time. Our relationship with people is also something that is less speak about, but is very importantly affecting our quality of retirement life. Imagine a husband who is not at home most of the time because of work, but now retired already, stay at home. It's almost like everything the wife does, right, the husband want to try to provide contribution and offer input and advice. Now, it's out of good intention, but in the eye of the home minister, the wife, it becomes like, why are you suddenly sticking your nose into how I do things? You know, so it creates friction for people at the same time. So these are all the unspoken challenges about the human being that's not talked about. So retirement is never just about preparing enough money. Another thing that's equally important, remember just now I shared, we live longer and longer. Now, that's a good thing. But then the not so good thing is that living longer is called lifespan. Our lifespan is getting longer and longer, but we don't really have quality health span. Lifespan is how long I can live. Health span is how many years I am healthy. So, Malaysia, this is from a few months ago. Malaysia, last year's statistic. We expected to live averagely to 76 years old. However, most of us only have about healthy life for up to 67, which means the last 9 years, what happened? We cannot have good health. Maybe some of us are unfortunately maybe bedridden. Maybe we cannot walk a lot. Maybe we thought, maybe I'm 65, 70, I can then go travel more. But maybe at this is the age that I can no longer walk on my own. and what happened to my travel more plan, you know? So it's important to acknowledge that while we may be living longer, it is also truly and very important for us to ensure we can stretch our healthy lifespan as long as well. Otherwise, being alive but not being healthy may not be a blessing. Agree or not? And this is the conventional life model, and it's very important that I touch on this. We were always told that you study, and then you work, and then you retire and have fun and enjoy life, right? And then you wait for time to come. This is the old or conventional life model we have been told by grandparents, by parents and great-grandparents and school. Nothing is wrong with this, right? Most of us come through here. At young time, we can only study and learn, right? And then we work. Now, I think the problem is here. We are told to just work, 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 then only you can enjoy. What happens if I work, 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 work before I become 60, finally can enjoy? I pass away already. Or I become coma, or I become totally incapacitated. Then my life will be just about study, work, that's it. Do you want that? No one wants that, right? That's why none of us raise our hand. Very good. So the real retirement risk is not about not having money, not having enough money, or not having enough money to spend. I think the real problem, the real big challenge is about I still alive and healthy but no more money, or my life is ending but I have a lot of money left. Now, ideally, you don't want one of these. Both of these also we don't want. And to avoid any of these happen, because both are actually sad ending, to avoid any of them happen, we need to give ourselves permission to live well today and give ourselves permission to spend a little bit and live a little bit better today. So the model that we should be thinking about is not the old one. It's this. Study, because we already grow to past the 20-year stage. We already study. Work, retire, but change to this. Study, work, enjoy a bit. Then maybe study again, upgrade your skill, learn something new again. Because let's be honest, the world is changing, right? Then go back to work, then enjoy, then go and study it again. Because based on other study, it's very likely that us here, we can in fact live until 100 and beyond 100 years old. It's not impossible. Now imagine if your life is until 100 years old, and that means today a 50 years old person is only at halfway line. It's very different compared to last time. Someone may live to 60 and pass away naturally because the lack of advancement in medicine and technology. So for a very long life, right, the society is changing, the way people do things are changing. It's very important we don't forget to study and learn new things again and again and again. So a new life requires us to keep on reinventing ourselves, because job will be changing, job landscape, market, all that will change. So to really retire is not to plan for 20, 30 years later. It's to try to find out what's important to you, what are the things you want to do, and do it today. Don't wait. Don't wait. Because if I'm right, there's a clock on our head one, just that we cannot see. And that clock is always counting down. And the truth is, I don't know what is the number on my clock. Maybe it's 1 day, maybe it's 10 years, maybe it's 40 years. So I should know what is important to me and try to live that life now. Don't wait until 20 years later, because I might not have the chance to wait until then. So I need to ask myself, what kind of health I want, what kind of activity I want to do that can help me promote good health, what kind of relationship I want to have with people. Are there any friends that I want to talk to or I want to connect with? Then maybe I want to do it now. I want to try now. Okay, so to plan a retirement that makes you happy, the key is try to understand what kind of retirement lifestyle will make you happy and experiment it today. Do it now. Maybe you thought you would like to do gardening. Okay? Instead of waiting until you are 60 years old to try and then realize that, hey, I don't really like it, why not you try now? Try now. You don't have to find 2 weeks, 1 week, 1 month to do gardening. Try 1 hour. If you like it, you continue. If 1 hour you realize that, hey, too dirty is not for me, then you know that you need to move on to find a new activity that you really like. All right? So we don't save, hoping that 20 years later I can enjoy the activity I like, and maybe cannot do it anymore, maybe realize that I don't really like it, or maybe that activity is no longer popular already. So do it today, don't wait. Now, the problem is doing it today is how do we keep a balance? How do I do things today without compromising or sacrificing my future? And this is where it's important to talk about financial health and something very simple about money management. Now, I'm going to share this very quickly. Every one of us have income now, especially when we are working. Some of us don't need to work, also have income. That's good. Now, the purpose we have income is to allow us to pay for expenses and obligations and commitments that matters to us, that we need it to have today, right? Now, the goal is, can spend. If we make income, don't spend, what's the money for, right? Spend, but always try to keep a balance, no matter how you spend. All right? Now, having balance or surplus is so important because without this, we can never build asset. We can never build our savings. Okay? So, some asset, when we have it, it will add more income to us. Okay? Now, at the same time, it's also very possible we add asset saving, we also end up getting loans, especially if you buy a car, if you buy a house, you have loan. So your loans will increase your future expenses. So the goal is always, no matter what happened there, we want to strive to create surplus or balance for ourselves. Now, why do we need to have asset? It's because the goal is not have asset. The goal is to have more asset than more loans. Because my asset can grow a lot, but my loan also grow a lot, then it doesn't make sense for me as well. So the key goal is to have surplus so that I can build and grow my net worth. Net worth is everything I own, pay off everything I owe, the balance is my net worth, what I really have financially. It's because I need my net worth to help me to pay for all the major expenses and future things that I want to spend the money on. All right? Because some of the things I want to do, I want to pay, but it's not today. So sometimes my income is not enough. So I need to have a positive net worth so that I can be able to pursue my goals later and even prepare for changes in life. So this is the important and very basic equation most of us have actually. Now, the problem is life, right, is not straight line. Everything, many things will happen to us throughout our lifetime. Even some of the time, one day can have many accidents, right? So these, all the events can happen that can interrupt all these things. It can take away our income, it can increase our expenses, it can destroy our net worth, therefore destroy our dreams. So therefore, it's very important to build a protection layer above that, protecting everything down here that's so important to us, in the form of having emergency savings, in the form of having protection products, and also make sure we follow the trend and learn things as we go. Otherwise, lack of knowing something or knowledge can become a very costly thing for us. Of course, we can do all this planning and then we still pass away or bedridden. Therefore, it's in financial planning, we also help or encourage our client to think about the situation when even we do all the preparation already, we still fail to protect what's important to us. So you need to have a distribution plan. If you have EPF, we do nomination. If you have insurance, we do nomination. If we don't have, we write a will or wasiat or whatnot. So these are the plans we put in place to ensure that if all these things still hit us and we are no longer around, can no longer make decision, all these things still be managed and passed to the right person. Okay? So those were the basic in terms of having good financial health, that if you want to experiment and do your mini retirement now, do not do it gung-ho all the time until you jeopardize your future security. So in the following section, I'll share about few ideas on how do we spend guilt-free and to have savings to prepare more for retirement. Now I use a food as an example because I'm a person who like to eat. And if you look at my body, you will know so like. Okay, so if we go to eat, right, if you are given a big plate, it will be very likely that we will put more food on it because the plate is big. But if you are given a smaller plate, it's more likely that we will put a bit less food because it looks full already. Okay, so that's the concept. Now, coming back to money management, if we put all the money inside same account, we jump it up together, it will look like a big plate also. Because when we want to spend money, you look at your bank account, wow, that's a lot of money. It feels like I can spend, I can afford to do all these things I want. But sometimes, because the money is mixed up, maybe some of the money is not for spending one. Maybe this money is for end of the year when my car insurance expire, or when my big major service for the car is due 2 months later. But the money is in my account now. So, to help us to have better financial stability, we want to practice having a smaller plate in terms of our money as well. Second is have the sequence right. If I'm going to eat buffet, right, I don't go and eat noodle and rice the moment I go there. I will eat maybe the more expensive things, the proteins, then only I will eat the carbohydrate heavy food. That's because, right, the sequence is very important. If I eat all the cheap food first, I will feel full already. I can no longer put in food that are high in nutrition or expensive anymore. So when it comes to managing our money, the sequence is also very important. Set up accounts that help you to pay your fixed bills and save your money first. The balance is what can really be spent on anything I want. Okay, so that's the sequence. And also avoid temptation. If I have a client, right, who have problem with shopping app, so she would delete the shopping app during the period where you see a lot of advertisement and promotion, and she only install it during a non-peak season. While she don't have discount on the things she buy, but actually she bought and spent a lot more during discount period. So it makes sense for her to do like that. Now, okay, this one run a bit. So now the smaller plate concept is doable for our financial management through using a budgeting app. When you have a budgeting app, for example, on this screen, let's say I want to spend just 800 for food in the whole month of October. That's my small plate for food already. So whenever I want to spend money on food, I will be reminded that I have intention to spend 800 on this month. And so far, I have spent 750. So I have 50 ringgit more to go. And as an example to remind myself. And then a good budgeting app will also tells you where are you spending more money on, so that we can ask ourselves, am I spending money on things that really makes my life better, or on things that makes me happy? Sustainably one, okay? So that's what we can use budgeting app to help us to implement smaller plate and also proper and right sequence, and to reflect whether we are using money at the right place or not. Okay, this one, very interesting, just quickly. If I have two persons here, they start at the same time, one save, they both earn 3,000, one of them save 10% of salary, the other one will save 30%. The one who saved 10% will earn 10% return every year. The one who saved 30%, very conservative, just put in bank account, earn 4% only. So the question is, who will have more money after 10 years? Now, the answer is the person who save more will have more money, even though this guy earns 6% more every year for 10 years. Amazing, right? So the key is not to find investment that grow a lot only. The key is to also make sure you save as your income increase as well, because your savings rate is more important than how fast your investment grow. And investment grow fast or slow is beyond our control, but how much we want to save is within our control. Now, you may say 10 years ma, but if 20 years this guy will win, also no. Even 20 years, the person who earn less will have more money, all right? 30 years, yes, this guy will win, because 30 years is a long time to go. 30 years, 10% every year is not easy also. Now, but I also checked for this one to hit this amount in 30 years, it's not impossible also. She just need to change after 10 years, change to something that give her 5.6. For another 20 years, she will have 385 also. After the 20 years, 7.2. For just 10 years, she will also catch up. All right? Which is a lot easier compared to 10% every year for 30 years. So this is just to show you, saving amount matters more than the return of investment. Okay? This is why I touched already. How much you want to spend, you need to find out. So this one, last one. When we do retirement planning, you want to know like when you want to retire, to how long, and then how much a month you want to spend, and what are the assets you have. And you want to know by what age my money will finish, so that you know based on this lifestyle, based on this amount I'm saving, whether am I on track to have enough to live until this age or not. If not enough today, I'm still young, I still have time, I can do my plan differently, I can change things again and again. Okay? So I think that's all I want to share. And lastly, I just want to share the things that I shared with you guys just now. It's not available. It's something available in Malaysia, and if you want to try, you can try to come here, keep a picture, don't need to download, take a picture, you can later try to download, and this is an app that you can allow you to set smaller plate, plan your spending priority, and also use retirement calculator to track your retirement preparedness. And with that, thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Kevin. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we give Kevin a round of applause, yeah, for the very knowledgeable sharing about retirement. And of course, I have an Aeon voucher to give away. So I have a question. Kevin, do you have a question for them? Because I have some prizes
I don't
to give.
have, but
okay,
you can.
So you were talking about the big picture, right? So there's an equation inside, yeah? So can anybody tell what is the equation to Kevin? Anybody? I'll give you some hints. Income minus, yes. Sorry?
Income minus expenses equals surplus.
Correct.
All right, awesome.
Thank you for listening.
Awesome. So thank you, Kevin, for the sharing as well. Means they are paying attention, huh? All right, so thank you so much. So please claim your prize over here, yeah? All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, and of course, this is all brought to you once again by the InvestSmart Fest 2025. So ladies and gentlemen, we just had a sharing at the stage. So we will take a short break right now, probably a lunch break. So we'll be back about 2:15 p.m. And we have a panel session discussion on the stage. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned, and we'll be right back. All of this is brought to you by the InvestSmart Fest 2025, a flagship event by Securities Commission Malaysia.
Dapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh jumpa kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Tidak kabar dari lupa. P. Peluang tinggi sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh hubungi kami.
Alamak, lupalah nak keluarkan duit di ATM tadi.
Jangan risaulah. Sekarang kan banyak tempat sediakan pembayaran dan pertunai. Kalau tak cukup cash pun tak apa. Oh, betul juga tu.
Then we go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us. Go back. This is the moment. Tonight is the night. We'll fight till it's over. So we put our hands up like the ceiling can't hold us. Like the ceiling can't hold us.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, ooh, the way that things have been. Oh, ooh. Second thing, second, don't you tell me what you think that I can be. I'm the one at the sail, I'm the master of my sea. Oh, ooh, the master of my sea. Oh, ooh. I was broken from a young age, taking my soak into the masses, writing my poems for the few that look at me, took to me, shook at me, feeling me, singing from heartache, from the pain, taking my message from the veins, speaking my lesson from the brain, seeing the beauty through the. Hey, you make me a believer, believer. Hey, make me up, you make me a believer, believer. Let the bullets fly, or let them rain. My life, my love, my drive, it came from. Hey, you make me a believer, believer. Last days last by the grace of the fire and the flames. You're the face of the future, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh. Never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke up when it rained down. It rained down like. Hey, you make me a believer, believer. Hey, you make me a believer, believer. Hey, let the bullets fly, let them rain. My life, my love, my life, it came from. Hey, you make me a believer, believer.
Shout to all my boss boys. Shout to all my boss boys. We rowdy. Shout to all my boss boys. Shout to all my boss boys. We rowdy. Shout to all my boss boys. Shout to all my boss boys. We rowdy. Shout to all my boss boys. Shout to all my boss boys. When you're ready, bass. When you're ready. When you're ready. Marbles, but I got these beats banging out the back of my toy car. Yo, I'm eating Fun Dip right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. All right, absolutely amazing performance by our dancers. All right, that is the theme for our Invest Smart Fest 2025 this year, which is Bijak Labur, Hidup Makmur. All right, so let's go for a photo op session. Ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Invest Smart Fest 2025. Amazing. So if you can see, if you notice, there's a bit of a story that came from their flash mob. So the villain is the one in the middle, which is what we relate to scams, investment scams, things like that. So we must be smart against these scammers and fraudsters. And thank you for that amazing performance. So ladies and gentlemen, of course, right up next on stage, we're going to directly tell you how you can protect your money in the digital age. All right, so we're going to have a panel discussion on stage. So do stay tuned and don't go anywhere. Boy and Siti want to join in together, take picture or not? Yeah, all right, one on the left, one on the right, maybe. Now, for those who are not aware, our Boy and City is our mascots for the Invest Smart Fest 2025. And of course, they're on stage right now looking very cool with all the dancers. Memang ada gaya, ya? Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, for those who are just joining us, welcome to the Invest Smart Fest 2025. We have a lot of things lined up for you. And thank you to our dancers. Can we please give them a round of applause? All right, awesome. Okay, now we need to escort the villain out, to the police station. Catch already. All right, thank you to our Boy and City as well. Everybody say hi. All right, so we're gonna get them off the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have a panel discussion session where we talk directly about the current scam, investment scam schemes that are in the market right now, all right? So learn to identify and avoid investment scams with expert insights from PDRM, Bank Negara Malaysia, and Islamic banking leaders on protecting your wealth in this digital age. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a pop quiz. And of course, we're giving away vouchers at the end of the panel discussion. So do stay tuned and see if you can get the answers correctly. All right, good afternoon. Invest Smart Fest 2025. Welcome back to the show after a very exciting flash mob dance performance. Now, the flash mob dance performance, there was a bit of a story, if you noticed, there was a villain, basically a scammer lah. So the others were trying to, like Men in Black, trying to catch him, send him to the police station, So what is it all about, right? So one of the topics, one of the key highlights for this year is about scams. Anybody of you heard one of your friends or family kena scam before? Anybody? For sure got, right? So we want to learn and we need to be aware of these things, and we want to know how we can prevent this from happening. And of course, for that to happen, now I have a panel session, And of course, this is brought to you by, of course, our Securities Commission Malaysia. We want to learn how to identify and avoid investment scams with expert insights from PDRM, Bank Negara Malaysia, and Islamic banking leaders on protecting your wealth in this digital age. So for that to happen, of course, I would now like to first invite our moderator, Mr. Rohaimi, Senior Manager Consumer Investor Office, Securities Commission Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Rohaimi a round of applause? Encik Rohaimi, I leave it to you to introduce our panelists. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera. Terima kasih kepada Tuan Pengerusi Majlis. Okey, kita bertuah hari ini kerana kita ada pakar-pakar dalam bidang masing-masing yang boleh berkongsi kepakaran dan juga pengalaman masing-masing lah ya. Okey, saya jemput ahli panel, iaitu yang pertama DSP Saunders anak Henry, untuk naik ke pentas. Ahli panel kedua iaitu Encik Vijaya Singhatore, pengurus BNM Regional Office Kuala Lumpur, Bank Negara Malaysia. Dan panelis ketiga iaitu Puan Ratna Syairah Kamaluddin, Executive Director Association of Islamic Banking and Financial Institution of Malaysia, atau lebih dikenali sebagai IBIM. Okey, terima kasih kerana dapat meluangkan masa untuk menghadiri program pada hari ini. Okey, kita tahu era digital telah banyak membawa peluang baru dalam dunia pelaburan, daripada perdagangan saham dalam talian, kripto aset kepada pelaburan kolektif, contohnya crowdfunding. Namun begitu, kemajuan ini diturut membuka peluang kepada peningkatan jenayah pelaburan digital, di mana penjenayah atau penyangga ini memanipulasi teknologi untuk menipu pelabur, terutama mereka yang kurang celik digital atau keuangan. Dalam konteks itu, topik yang akan kita bincangkan pada hari ini ialah itu silap labur duit lebur, protecting your money in the digital age. Okey, sekali lagi saya ucapkan terima kasih kerana dapat menghadirkan diri. Okey, kita teruskan kepada soalan pertama. Soalan pertama saya tujukan kepada Tuan DSP Saunders. Okey, Tuan DSP, apakah trend jenayah pelaburan yang paling membimbangkan tahun ini? Bolehkah Tuan kongsi contoh modus operandi terkini dan profil mangsa yang paling terdedah? Dipersilakan Tuan.
Halo, selamat petang. Terima kasih Tuan Moderator, rakan panelis, tuan-tuan yang hadir pada petang ini. Bagi pihak PDRM, memang setiap hari kami menerima laporan berkaitan dengan kes pelaburan, dan kes trend yang terkini adalah penipuan di dalam talian online, di mana talian online ini memang di seluruh dunia pun kita akui menjadi trend penipuan online, termasuklah pelaburan, perniagaan, bukan saja pelaburan. Dan dia punya trend ni menggunakan media sosial. Kebanyakan saya tak ada manusia di dunia ni agaknya yang tak ada media sosial. Facebook, TikTok, Telegram. Jadi kita boleh kita katakanlah, kalau saya sendiri ke, tuan-tuan sendiri ke, boleh kaji berapa banyak masa tuan-tuan scroll media sosial. Dan menerusi media sosial ni, dia ada algoritma. Kalau kita buka je apa media sosial contohnya pelaburan. Once kita dah buka, kita scroll, kita tengok, kita baca, dia secara automatik algoritma tu akan flashkan semua jenis pelaburan, termasuklah skamer menggunakan kaedah ni. Jadi kita akan baca orang punya testimoni berjaya, keuntungan dalam masa 2-3 jam boleh dapat keuntungan. Ini akan menarikkan perhatian kita. Jadi itu adalah modus operandi dia. Jadi kita akan terkena dengan psikologi, mainan psikologi oleh skamer. Kebanyakan report yang kami terima memang mangsa mula kena tipu adalah melalui Facebook dengan Telegram. Dia tekan link pelaburan tu, dia akan dimasukkan dalam satu grup. Dia seorang mangsa, dalam grup tu ada 5-6 orang, semua skamer. Dia akan semuanya posting testimoni yang menguntungkan. Dia berjaya withdraw dalam apps tu, keuntungan dalam, you labur dalam 5,000, you dapat keuntungan dalam masa 2 jam 1,000 keuntungan. Jadi benda-benda yang menarik macam ni, dia banyak menarik golongan muda dan golongan yang banyak terkena adalah golongan M40 ke atas, termasuk T20 dengan golongan orang yang baru bersara. Sebanyakan mungkin golongan ni masa ni ada duit yang banyak, so dia mungkin cenderung nak tambah lagi duit. Jadi dia memilih jalan yang ringkas dengan melabur. Terima kasih Tuan.
Okey, terima kasih Tuan Inspektor. Jadi sebenarnya apa yang kita lihat dalam social media ya, dia ada algoritma, dia akan ikut kita. Contohnya kalau kita tekan iklan, satu contoh iklan pelaburan, dia akan ada FYP ke social media kita. So kita kena beringat apa yang kita lihat di social media lah ya. Okey. Seterusnya kepada Encik Wijaya Durai ya. Encik Wijaya Durai, dari segi impak keuangan ya, berapa besarkah kerugian yang dialami mangsa secara amnya ialah. Okay, dan adakah penipu ini mengeksploitasi platform digital seperti Tuan Saunders kata tadi tu, social media tadi tu, dan teknologi baru seperti kripto, tapi dalam konteks cryptocurrency ataupun artificial intelligence lah. Mungkin Tuan Vijay boleh kongsikan serba sedikit.
Okey, terima kasih Tuan. Okey, saya ingin mulakan dari segi umum. Dari segi umum, setiap pelaburan mesti ada risiko kerugian. Okay. Kebanyakan skamer ni dia mula dengan beri apa yang kita sedap nak dengar, apa yang kita nak, iaitu jaminan. Dia bagi jaminan modal, confirm your modal pelaburan 10,000 ke apa, yang tu takkan rugi. Lepas tu dia, apa lagi yang kita nak? Kita nak untung cepat. Jadi dia akan terus mengatakan apa yang sedap didengar, apa yang kita mahukan. Dia bagi keuntungan yang cepat. Ada yang dalam social media kata dalam 3 jam dapat pulangan. Okay? Dan pulangan dia lebih 300%. Okay? Kita perlu lihat dari segi konteksnya. Tak kisahlah pelaburan, dia banyak gunakan nama-nama terkini, teknologi terkini, kripto, Bitcoin, AI, macam-macam dia akan sebut, dan dia akan buat deepfake. Okay, deepfake maksudnya dia gunakan identiti, persona seseorang. Boleh jadi persona Perdana Menteri, boleh jadi selebriti, untuk mengatakan sesuatu pelaburan tu disahihkan atau promoted oleh selebriti itu tersebut. Okay, jangan mudah percaya apa yang kita nampak. Kita perlu selidik dahulu sebelum melabur. Okay. Yang penting kat sini, kita perlu sedar pelaburan ni kebanyakan, atau saya boleh kata semua, ialah authorized transaction, iaitu transaksi duit tu bukan tanpa pengetahuan kita. Kita yang menjalankan transaksi itu tersebut. Okay. Sudah tentu kita kata kita dikaburi atau ditipu oleh scammer. Okay. Akan tetapi kita perlu tahu sekiranya transaksi dilakukan oleh kita, kita perlu bertanggungjawab dengan apa yang kita buat. Okay? Pihak bank ada proses dia untuk kita buat transaksi, dan pihak PDRM telah mengatakan semak dahulu dalam semak mule. Okay? Semak dahulu sama ada akaun ni pernah ada report ke tak. Okay? Pihak Suruhanjaya Security, pihak bank negara telah kabarkan yang anda perlu semak syarikat tersebut dahulu. Okay? Melalui investor alert, melalui finance consumer alert, kita perlu semak dan kita perlu sedar bukan mudah dapat pulangan. Okay? Pulangan yang tinggi dari jangka masa yang panjang, okay, dan perlu sahih dari segi platform yang kita laburkan. Okay? Hari ini dalam investment ni kita boleh lihat banyak booth yang dibuka oleh pihak yang telah dilesenkan. Okay? Jadi dalam alam digital ni kita tak tahu, kita tak kenal yang mana orang baik, yang mana orang jahat. Tak tahu yang mana scammer. Okay? Kita perlu tahu bagaimana kita perlu semak. Okay? Apa yang kita nampak tu ialah apa yang dia nak tipu kita. Okay? Contoh, kalau gunakan Facebook, cuba pergi cari je investment atau pelaburan, akan keluar iklan-iklan. Dalam kebanyakan iklan, dia akan keluar perkataan jaminan, dijamin, berlandaskan prinsip syariah, 100% patuh syariah, siap gambar yang digunakan pakai kopiah. Dan kat bawah tu ada macam-macam logo yang digunakan. Logo bank negara, PDRM, SC, logo pihak bank, siap ada logo halal. Okay? Hanya untuk tipu kita yang benda ni betul, benda ni halal. Jadi dia nak gunakan alam maya ni, alam digital ni untuk seduce kita, okay? Untuk agar kita rasa cuba je lah, okay? Sebab dia dah bagi jaminan. Okay? Ingat, kita perlu beringat, tak kisahlah dia sebut kripto ke AI ke, kita tak faham, kita janganlah labur. Okay? Kalau kripto ni bukan benda mudah untuk kita faham. Okay? Kita kena faham dulu konsep, kena faham dulu siapa yang dilesenkan, siapa yang dibenarkan untuk deal dengan digital asset. Okay? Bawah Suruhanjaya Security ada license persons, okay, license entities yang dibenarkan handle kripto. Bukan semua orang. Okay, saya akan ulas lanjut selepas ni mengenai mule account. Okay, biasanya apa-apa penipuan ni dia suruh bayar ke dalam akaun pihak ketiga, bukan syarikat tersebut. Kita akan ulas lanjut selepas ni.
Okey, terima kasih Tuan Vijay. Seperti yang Tuan Vijay cakap tadi tu, kita kena pastikan kesahihan, pastikan kita faham produk pelaburan tersebut. Jadi risikonya bila kita tak faham dan kita diberikan maklumat yang kita nak dengar sahaja. Jadi tipsnya tadi tu, cuba fahami, sahkan. Tadi Tuan Vijay ada mention tentang pelaburan syariah. Okey, bertuah kita hari ini kita ada Puan Ratna. Puan Ratna ni merupakan Executive Director daripada IBIM. Jadi sebagai pengamal industri lah ya, saya just nak minta penjelasan sikit bagaimana scammers yang dikatakan menyalahgunakan konsep syariah dan terminologi Islamik tadi tu untuk menarik pelabur, dan perbezaan utama antara produk tu. Macam mana kita nak sahkan ianya syariah compliance atau bukan syariah compliance? Silakan Puan.
Okay, terima kasih Cik Rohaimi and my esteemed panelist dan semua yang ada dekat depan ni. Jadi saya akan menerangkan dua soalan tadi. Yang pertama adalah tentang sekarang ni banyak ya pelaburan jika kita lihat menggunakan terma patuh syariah. Dia bertujuan untuk menarik kepercayaan. its objective is to attract the investors or the public trust. Now that dia kata dia patuh syariah, jadi kepercayaan publik untuk melabur di dalam produk-produk patuh syariah ini lebih tinggi. Namun begitu, harus diingat bahawa patuh syariah ini bukan sekadar memberikan jaminan pulangan yang tak berisiko. Itu salah ya. Jadi setiap daripada kita yang berniat untuk melabur, untuk menambah pendapatan, betul kita sebagai especially the Muslims, you have to find yang patuh syariah. Tetapi jangan mudah terpedaya dengan iklan-iklan pelaburan yang menggunakan terma-terma patuh syariah, halal, thayyib. Ya, sebab mereka ini hanya bertujuan untuk menarik kepercayaan. Ingat ya, trust anda. Once you trust, you rasa ni saya kena ambil ni sebab ni patuh syariah. Tak betul. Itu bukanlah satu term yang you kena percaya bulat-bulat. Sebab mereka menggunakan patuh syariah tetapi produk mereka sebenarnya tidak. Okey, contoh tadi Cik Vijay ada cakap, dia kata pulangan dijamin tanpa risiko. Pulangan 30 kali ganda dalam masa 3 bulan. Pernah tengok kan dekat media sosial? Itu bukanlah salah satu kriteria dalam pelaburan patuh syariah. Pelaburan patuh syariah ni dia adil. Jadi dia selalu ada, dia kena terangkan ada risiko. Ada pulangan dan ada tadi Cik Vijay kata ada juga risiko kerugian. Kerana dia berlangsung atau pelaburan ini akan dikira melalui pasaran yang ada. Pasaran naik turun. Kalau pasaran naik saja, best lah kan. You masuk 100 hari ni, minggu depan dia janji you 10,000. Mestilah tertarik, especially jika kita tak ada ilmu, okey? Dan juga kalau you tengok di media sosial, banyak poster-poster pelaburan patuh syariah menggunakan wajah-wajah pakar-pakar syariah Islamik ya sebagai penjamin kepada produk tersebut. Kebanyakannya atau saya boleh kata 90% adalah scams. Mereka guna je wajah-wajah ni. Nanti kami lah bila kami tengok, kami akan bagi tahu MC. Ya, kita akan bagi tahu mereka untuk turunkan website yang tak betul ni. Jadi jangan percayalah kalau ada nampak wajah-wajah ustaz, ustazah yang muka yang suci-suci tu dia kata oh kami menjamin pelaburan ini. Tu tak betul ya. Dan berkaitan dengan itu tadi Cik Rohaimi tanya apakah perbezaan, nak make sure yang you tahu this is palsu atau ini produk yang sahih. Pertama adalah dari segi kesahihan pengawasan atau ketelusan dia. Tu pun Cik Vijay ada bagi tahu tadi, kita kena pilih produk-produk pelaburan daripada syarikat-syarikat yang telah dilesenkan sama ada oleh Bank Negara Malaysia ataupun Suruhanjaya Security. Contohnya kat dalam hall ni, ni semua dah dilesen lah sebab tu mereka berani berada di sini. Jadi sebelum anda buat pelaburan, anda kena pastikan syarikat-syarikat yang menawarkan produk-produk sama ada patuh syariah atau tak patuh syariah. Sebab saya yakin antara kita masih ada option untuk pilih kan, but the Muslims you will pilih yang patuh syariah, but make sure syarikat ni adalah syarikat yang selia atau di bawah pengawasan Bank Negara Malaysia ataupun Suruhanjaya Security. Other than that, please jangan masuk. Anda akan terjebak kehilangan wang. Yang keduanya adalah dari segi ketulusan dokumen. Sekiranya pelaburan itu sahih, legit, anda akan dapat melihat prospektus pelaburan tersebut. Maknanya the history of it, sejarah sebelum ni 2 tahun yang lepas, bagaimana naik turun pasaran itu sendiri dan berapa pulangannya. Kadang-kadang dia janjilah 5 ke 6%, tapi jika market itu down, mungkin you dapat 3 ke 4%, but that is normal. Dia tak boleh kata jamin 20% dalam masa 2 bulan. Saya pun nak masuk. Tapi sebenarnya saya pun dah masuk. Dan saya pun pernah kena scam. Saya tak malu nak cakap. It is normal. Okay, nasib baiklah tak banyak. Jadi dari situ saya belajar. Saya belajar dari pengalaman saya dan saya harap anda semua tidak terjebak. Especially yang umur-umur 55, 50, 49, 50 sampai 55. Kenapa? You are going to get your EPF money. Dan ramai yang akan tuju dekat anda untuk anda melabur, dapatkan lagi pulangan. Nanti di akhir-akhir rancangan anda tertipu dan duit anda lebur. Sebab anda silap melabur. Dan kemudiannya adalah segi janji pulangan. Tak ada pelaburan yang tak ada risiko. Ingat je tu, tak ada pelaburan yang tak ada risiko. Kecuali kalau you masuk dalam ASB, saya boleh cakap ASN atau pelaburan-pelaburan yang dijamin oleh kerajaan. Dia tidaklah rugi, tetapi dia punya kerugian tu mungkin tak banyak, tapi most of the time ada dividen yang baik, ya. Itu adalah janji pulangan. So kalau dia janji lebih-lebih, jangan percaya. Dan kemudian gaya promosi. Dari segi gaya promosi ni anda kena tengok. Kalau dia mengiklankan sesuatu produk dia terlalu-lalu best, too good. Kan kat Telegram especially. Masuk RM10, besok dapat RM30. Ramai yang terjebak. Tapi you akan dapat dalam masa 2-3 kali lah you akan dapat. Masuk kali keempat you tambah pelaburan, you tak dapat dah. Believe me. Sebab ini adalah gaya promosi mereka. Jadi if it's too good to be true, tak usahlah. Mungkin you masuk 2 kali, lepas tu jangan masuk dah. Sebab kemungkinan untuk anda kehilangan wang tu tinggi. Jadi sebab kalau dia sahih, dia lebih menjaga reputasi, cara dia promosi pun sangat seimbang. Jadi dia akan terangkan dengan jelas sekiranya pasaran ni naik, for the last 3 years kita orang ada kenaikan berapa persen. So you ada trust on dia punya history. Ya, so dari situ anda kena, bagi saya yang penting anda kena mendapatkan ilmu. And I think congratulations to all of you that you are here to listen to us. Ada polis, ada bank negara dan saya sendiri dari industri. Thank you.
Okay, terima kasih Puan. Saya suka memetik tadi Puan cakap muka suci. Ya. Jadi kadang-kadang muka suci ni kita kena tengok juga, ya. Check background. Yang penting fahami produk pelaburan tersebut. Macam Tuan Vijay cakap tadi, kalau tak faham jangan masuk. Dalam aspek itu saya nak tanya pada Tuan Saunders, ya. Saunders, mungkin Tuan DSP boleh berkongsi 3 ataupun 5 red flags ataupun tanda-tanda yang paling kritikal yang mudah dikenali oleh orang awam dalam mengenal pasti scam ni. Dan adakah scammer kini menggunakan teknologi seperti deepfake untuk memperdaya mangsa? Mungkin boleh elaborate juga dari aspek deepfake tu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih saudara moderator. Berkenaan dengan red flag apabila kita melabur, yang seperti yang diterangkan oleh Tuan Vijay dengan Puan Ratna, dia samanya. Antara yang pertama dia adalah keuntungan yang melampau, yang tak munasabah, melampau sampai sejam boleh dapat 100% sejam yang melabur. Dan dia akan mendesak kita, dia punya psikologi main, you kena cepat dalam pelaburan ni. Dalam tempoh 1 hari je you kena grab cepat peluang ni untuk melabur. Kalau lambat, you tak akan dapat keuntungan sampai 200%, contoh Vijay tadi. Jadi perasaan kita nak cepat, masa tu kebetulan duit pula ada dalam akaun Maybank to you, senang nak transfer. Ini menyebabkan kita mudah kena tipu. So red flag dengan skim yang mudah mendapat keuntungan, tak ada risiko langsung. Ini kita kena red flag. Yang keduanya, apabila dia minta kita bank in duit, sama ada satunya dia menggunakan aplikasi. Dia cipta aplikasi dalam Apple's app ataupun Google, menggunakan apa je lah nama yang bunyi dia macam investment. So apps ni once kita dah masuk, dia akan cipta kita punya password apa semualah. Jadi bila kita nak bank in, dia suruh kita masuk bank in sama ada bank account mule biasanya. Sama ada account mule personal, nama orang. Investment nama Mat Saleh, tapi you bank in nama lokal. So nampak memang jauh, memang tak ada kaitan langsung. Kalau nama company pun sama. Nama investment tu selari dengan investment financial ke apa ke, tapi bila you masuk bank in, dia bagi nombor account tu nama atas nama company, builders, construction, flower enterprise. So memang lari. So benda-benda ni adalah red flag. Dia memang bukan untuk investment yang sah. Dan untuk apa ni lagi, satunya adalah company itu register ke tidak. Kita memang boleh cek nama company itu dengan pihak SC ataupun bank negara. Kalau company itu tak ada lesen, kenapa masih ada yang mudah melabur? Dia tak fikir dengan siapa yang nak menjamin kalau duit dia telah hilang. Dia tak fikir macam mana kalau saya dah bangsuk duit ni, macam mana saya nak counter orang ni yang terima duit saya nak sue balik ke, civil ke. Memang dia tak ada ambil peduli. So kena reflect benda ni. Dan untuk teknologi berkenaan dengan defect ni, tuan-tuan sendiri pun boleh tengok dalam media sosial. Dia 2-3 bulannya lepas, kita ada tangkap ustaz, seorang bergelar ustaz di Negeri Sembilan. Apabila kita tangkap, dia kata dia tak tahu muka dia digunakan untuk mempromosi satu pelaburan, dan tak pasal-pasal dia kena tangkap. So begitu juga dengan tokoh-tokoh perniagaan yang terkenal macam Governor Bank Negara. Dia akan digunakan untuk iklan-iklan pelaburan. Macam investor yang terkenal Elon Musk, Warren Buffett. Kalau kita baca memang meyakinkan, tapi semua itu dibuat oleh scammer. So benda-benda ni memang berlaku. Kita kena alert, kita kena vigilant lah. Berhati-hati dengan pelaburan yang kita nak buat. Eloknya tanya dulu rakan-rakan yang pernah melabur untuk dapat nasihat, ataupun pihak-pihak berwajib lah, macam polis, SC dan bank negara yang memang mengawal pelaburan di Malaysia. Terima kasih.
Okey, terima kasih Tuan DSP. Tadi Tuan DSP ada cakap beberapa teknik red flag, antaranya gesaan. Kena hari ini juga. Kalau tak ada lepas ni tak boleh, ya. Jadi itu antara dia nak supaya kita buat secepat yang boleh. Itu tujuannya. Okey, dan kadang-kadang kalau satu lagi Tuan DSP ada mention juga yang menggunakan nama-nama yang terkenal. Contohnya jika sekiranya, suka saya berkongsi lah ya, jika sekiranya kita dihubungi melalui Telegram, konon-kononnya dia mengaku dia Elon Musk. Jadi jangan cepat terpedaya lah, sebab Elon Musk tu tak ada masanya dia nak hubungkan kita orang biasa ni, ya. Okey. Seterusnya, soalan seterusnya kepada Puan Ratna, ya. Ini masih lagi dalam produk Islamik. Okey. Jika sekiranya seorang pelabur ingin melabur dalam produk Islamik, apakah yang perlu mereka semak atau sahkan sebelum melabur, dan apakah ataupun adakah checklist yang mudah untuk cek sama ada produk itu Islamik atau tidak?
Okay, saya rasa benda ni very general ya. Yang penting sebelum kita melabur, sama ada patuh syariah atau tak patuh syariah, kita kena pastikan bahawa produk yang kita nak melabur tu adalah dia selamat, dia sah, dia legit, dia dah dapat kelulusan dan dia telus. Sekiranya kita dapat pastikan benda ni, kita boleh juga menjamin yang duit kita ni, kalau rugi pun rugi secara a portion of it, a percentage of it rugi. Biasa kan kalau macam you pun pernah buat unit trust, ada waktu melonjak naik, ada waktu dia menurun mengikut pasaran yang ada dalam market. So that is legit. Kerugian you legit. Kalau rugi you biar dulu, nanti dia akan naik balik. Betul tak? That is ilmu yang you kena ada. Tetapi kalau yang tak legit ni, Yang itulah yang saya cakap. Dia memang janji kau punya. Masuk hari ni, betul. Dia akan suruh, you kena masuk by 5. Kalau tidak, you tak dapat this offer. Dan you pun masuk. You pun ajak kawan masuk. Saya just nak add ya dekat sini, sekiranya anda terlibat, especially dalam pelaburan-pelaburan yang melalui this Telegram, masuk RM10, masuk RM20, tetapi kerap, ada kes tiba-tiba gaji dia tak dapat masuk dalam akaun yang dia gunakan. You have to remember that bila orang yang suruh anda berlabur itu tertangkap, your data ataupun you yang pernah masuk kepada dia semua akan dapat kepada inilah PDRM akan tahu. Contoh, saya masuk ke akaun Cik VJ, saya masukkan. Cik VJ ni kena tangkap. Tiba-tiba akaun saya pun kena sekat. Ini pernah berlaku kepada orang yang dekat dengan saya. Dia tanya saya, "Puan, sekarang ni gaji saya tak boleh masuk. Akaun saya dah kena freeze." Betul ya, bila saya cek memang akaun dia kena freeze. So where to get the gaji? He is a lorry driver. Sebab dia nak buka akaun lain pun tak boleh. Sebab nama dia dah blacklisted. The fact is, bukan dia yang buat pelaburan. Dia cuma nak duit. Dia masuk RM10, dia masuk RM20. Tetapi dia juga terbabit. So you all better be careful. Kalau kamu terlibat dengan akaun-akaun atau pelaburan-pelaburan yang tak sah ni, possibility untuk anda pun terjebak, tertangkap atau akaun kena freeze tanpa sebab. You rasa tanpa sebab, sebenarnya ada sebab dia. You punya gaji kena sekat, you tak dapat nak masukkan gaji, you tak dapat nak buka akaun baru di bank lain pun. Ya, this banyak orang tak tahu. Tahu-tahu marah bank. Kata kenapa sekat, kenapa dia tak dapat gaji, ni gaji dia, dia nak beli susu anak semua. Little that he knows, dialah yang menyebabkan akaun dia kena sekat. Ya, jadi be very careful on that. And antara checklist lah kalau kita nak tengok. Benda ni pun very general. Sebab tu saya rasa penting untuk anda yang ingin melabur. Because duit yang anda nak keluarkan tu duit anda, your hard earned money. Walaupun RM30, walaupun RM50. Your hard earned money, you kenalah buat extra research sebelum you nak bagi duit. Kata I datang, I kata, come lah, I got pelaburan, give me RM50 lah, you transfer to my account. In 1 week's time, I can give you RM500. Because you trust me, you masukkan duit. Kita tak ada apa-apa tau, tak ada sign apa-apa. And then another week you ask, right now, where's my money? You say, promise RM500. I said, sorry lah, that guy, I also kenal lah, I cannot give to you. What do you want to say? You just lost friend lah. We lost friend, but I don't care. I got your RM50. Betul tak? I don't only get from you, I get from 100 other friends. So, you know, these are the kind of scammer that you have to be very, very careful. And this is why we are here to teach you, untuk ajar you, untuk bukan ajar lah, I think you all pun pandai, but untuk memberi pesanan that you have to be very careful sebelum you bagi duit dekat orang. Dengan alasan pelaburan. So you have to semak status and the product. Macam kita cakap, di Suruhanjaya Security ada list, Bank Negara pun ada list. So you Google and you check whether this company name sah and ada di dalam SC atau Bank Negara punya list. Dan tak silap saya, kalau SC it will be 2 kali setahun dia akan update. Dia akan update. So you check, ni pelaburan company ABC, okey ke tak? Ada tak dalam list? Kalau tak ada dalam list, forget it lah. Ya, carilah yang lebih sah lagi. And then secondly is on the produk itu sendiri. Sebagai pelabur yang bijak, anda kena tahu jenis-jenis produk yang anda nak labur. Is it unit trust? Is it hartanah? Adakah dia pelaburan emas? Emas lagi satu. Ladies, be very careful yang pre-order emas tak dapat-dapat. Ini sangat-sangat berleluasa. Dia janji kalau harga sekarang RM500, dia boleh bagi you RM250 1 gram. Wanita sure happy punya, kan? Tapi minimum you kena beli 50 gram. Pre-order, pay today before 5. dalam masa 3 hari I will send to you, I will deliver to you the emas. Shock tak? Shock oi. Saya pun pernah. Sekejap lagi polis tangkap saya. Memang shock. Dapat macam tu. Pernah dapat lah. Tapi tak adalah kita masuk kan. But, saya kalau ikut hati memang saya nak masuk. Half of the market gold price. You have the money, you give me, I give to you. Emas perhiasan tau. 916. Tak percaya check lah. Lepas tu terjebak padan muka lah kan. So you have to understand these jenis-jenis produk. Jangan percayalah. Jangan percaya jiran. Jangan percaya kakak ipar. Jangan percaya adik-beradik pun kadang-kadang dari segi ni kena be careful. Kena rasa macam tak apalah, I check dulu, baca dulu, understand siapa behind all this pelaburan ya. So you have to know that. And then utility activity perniagaan syarikat. You kena tahu siapa founder. Sekarang banyak founder kan. Ribu founder ada. Tak kenal dah siapa. Tahu-tahu kaya. Founder kaya. You duit hilang. Jadi you have to understand. Kena faham sampai tahap siapa owner syarikat tu. Because now kan tuan, it's not syarikat. It's just individual. Opening pelaburan yang sangat menarik dan they make money. By the end of the day, after 2-3 months, yang melabur ni yang rugi. Okay, and then of course kalau dari segi yang patuh syariah, you rujuk kepada pakar-pakar keuangan Islam. Rujuk pakar-pakar yang betul, yang daripada bank ataupun daripada SC ataupun daripada syarikat-syarikat macam ni. I think yang mana patuh syariah, they have their syariah advisor. Jadi tengok pula siapa syariah advisor dia dan you check. Okay? So saya rasa itu antara perkara-perkara yang saya boleh kongsikan untuk anda memahami sebelum anda melabur untuk mengelak. For patuh syariah, it is more important that you cari yang betul-betul dapat kelulusan patuh syariah. Kita tak nak yang ready-made punya syariah scholars yang tak tahu apa-apa just because dia ada sedikit background, dia sign satu benda, then you dah terima. And the last one is about dokumen pelaburan lah. So before you sign anything, you make sure you read, you understand. Sebab kebanyakan pelaburan yang tak sah ni dia tak ada dokumen. Dia tak ada, dia over the phone ataupun kawan-kawan macam tadi Tuan Saunders cakap, nama Mat Saleh punya company, tetapi bila you masuk duit, you tengok nama pun you macam, ni siapa ni? Kan? Local. So that is mule lah. Itu hanyalah akaun yang digunakan untuk memasukkan duit, tetapi sebenarnya bukan akaun sebenar. Okay?
Okay, terima kasih Puan. Tadi Puan Ratna ada mention tentang produk patuh syariah tadi tu. Ya? Jadi kena ingat ya, walaupun individu tersebut dia menggelarkan diri pada ustaz, tak semestinya dia boleh buat proclamation dan produk tadi itu syariah compliance. Dia ada penasihat syariah yang berdaftar, yang diluluskan sama ada Suruhanjaya Sekuiti atau Bank Negara Malaysia. Jadi kena cek. Okey, soalan seterusnya tadi Puan Rana ada kata untuk cek semak apa semua. Suka saya untuk kongsi lah ya. Macam Suruhanjaya Sekuiti kami ada investment checker. Investment checker ni satu platform yang live, yang dia progress dynamic yang akan di-update almost every day. Jika sekiranya ada dalam kami punya surveillance atau radar masuk syarikat-syarikat yang kita kenal pasti tidak mempunyai lesen atau kelulusan, kita akan letak terus dalam senarai alert list. Kami juga faham Bank Negara ada senarai amaran pelabur sendiri dan pihak PDRM ada semak mule. Tuan-tuan. Jadi boleh cek platform-platform tersebut sebelum membuat keputusan. Okey. Soalan seterusnya kita pergi pada Cik Vijay, wakil pada Bank Negara ya. Mungkin boleh terangkan serba sedikit. Tadi Cik Vijay ada janji. Saya ingat janji Cik Vijay tadi nak cerita tentang akaun keldai. Mungkin boleh ceritakan serba sedikit akaun keldai. Dan juga penambahan tadi tu mungkin Cik Vijay juga boleh memberi penjelasan serba sedikit tentang perlindungan kepada pengguna-pengguna digital, platform digital dan juga e-wallet. Dipersilakan.
Okey, terima kasih tuan. Okey. Saya gembira dengan perkongsian rakan-rakan panelis. Saya nak tambah sedikit. Okey, memang dari segi pressure yang diberikan, dia suruh invest cepat, pelaburan cepat seperti yang Tuan Suanda mention. Salah satu objektif dia ialah dia tak nak kita buat semakan. Dia tak nak kita ambil masa supaya kita boleh rujuk pihak berkuasa atau buat penelitian yang lanjut. Okay? So jangan being pressured untuk ambil tindakan atau keputusan yang cepat tanpa selidik. Dan yang disebut kalau dilesenkan oleh Suruhanjaya Security, Bank Negara, kita boleh percaya. Akan tetapi saya ingin ingatkan, bukan setakat dia tunjuk salinan sijil Bank Negara atau salinan lesen mengatakan dia dilesenkan. Okay. Banyak scammer dia mudah je dia buat secara digital, dia buat penyalahgunaan nama atau logo agensi. Kononnya dilesenkan oleh Bank Negara atau Suruhanjaya Security. Jadi kita perlu buat semakan secara terus dalam laman sesawang Bank Negara dan Suruhanjaya Security sama ada syarikat tersebut dilesenkan. Yang itu pertama. Yang kedua, walaupun nama itu dilesenkan, kita harus berwaspada dengan siapa kita berurusan. Kebanyakan scammer sekarang dia gunakan identiti pihak yang dilesenkan, tetapi dia buat penyamaran sebagai wakil syarikat tersebut dan suruh kita invest. Dengan pelaburan tersebut, dia akan suruh labur pindahkan duit ke akaun individu. Bila saya sebut akaun individu ni, yang inilah red flag yang dia gunakan mule account. Okay. Semua syarikat yang ada sini yang dilesenkan, dia tak menerima duit dalam akaun individu atau akaun selain dari akaun syarikat tersebut. Dia mesti pembayaran direct secara terus ke syarikat tersebut, institusi tersebut, bukan menerusi ejen, bukan menerusi akaun individu. Okay. Akaun mule account yang saya sebut tadi, akaun keldai, ialah keadaan di mana contoh kita beli snack plate dari KFC tapi disuruh bayar dekat Texas Chicken atau McD. Urusan dengan pihak lain, pembayaran dengan pihak lain. Kenapa dia buat macam tu? Sebab dia nak putuskan rantaian evidence, bukti. Okay? Jadi kita kalau nak ambil kes, nak report nanti, kita kena ada bukti yang kita ditipu oleh seseorang. Sekarang kita dihubungi oleh pihak yang kita tak tahu siapa, dan kita kata kita nak labur dalam syarikat ni, tapi kita bayar kat pihak ketiga yang kita tak kenal. Okay? Dia nak putuskan rantaian tersebut. Kita perlu lebih bijak. Kita perlu, macam Puan Rana sebut, kita perlu minta dokumen. Yang saya sedih, saya pernah tengok pelabur memang minta dokumen, tapi dokumen tu tak berkaitan langsung dengan pelaburan dia. Kononnya pelaburan yang dia nak masuk ialah pelaburan mengenai durian. Okay, pelaburan durian. Tapi dokumen dia ialah dokumen untuk penggunaan Google Drive. Dokumen yang tak berkaitan, pertama. Yang kedua, kontrak tak ditandatangani. Kontrak itu dah void, memang dah tak boleh pakai. Okay? Jadi asas kontrak kita perlu faham. Kita perlu faham apakah jaminan atau perlindungan sebagai pengguna. Okay? Saya belum sebut tentang kewangan lagi, tapi ini sebagai pengguna. Kita nak perlindungan pengguna, kita perlu faham proses dia. Ramai kat sini tahu bila pergi kat kedai mamak, dia buat main kira, kita minta resit. Kita nak cek betul ke dia charge mi goreng ni berapa. Setakat mi goreng kita nak semak, tapi buat pelaburan, saya pernah tengok pelaburan 500,000, tak ada dokumen langsung, tak minta apa pun. Okay? Lepas tu buat pemindahan melalui online. Bila pindahan melalui online, memang pihak bank minta keterangan, okay, description, duit tu duit apa. Tapi dia tak letak yang ini untuk tujuan pelaburan apa. Kat situ dia letak untuk jamuan raya. Okay? Saya pernah naik court, pergi mahkamah sebagai saksi pendakwaan. Okay. Bila saya bincang dengan DPP, tengok bukti-bukti yang ada, tengok jenis transaksi dia letak jamuan raya. Tapi dia kata yang ni duit pelaburan. So, burden tu, bukti untuk buktikan yang tu sahih ialah orang yang buat tu. Macam mana kita nak kata yang tu untuk pelaburan, tapi apa yang kita letak dalam sistem secara bertulis adalah benda lain. Okay? Kita yang perlu meningkatkan perisai diri dengan maklumat yang ada, okay? Dengan semua bukti-bukti yang mencukupi. Okay? Contoh, kita dah buat semakan ke tidak? Kat mana kita buat semakan? Okay? Apakah sesuatu perjanjian tu boleh digunakan? Ada tak jumpa mana-mana peguam dan dapatkan nasihat? Nak labur 500,000, takkan tak boleh gunakan 5,000 untuk dapatkan nasihat guaman. Okay? Bukan setakat RM50. Okay? Jadi kita perlu tambah pengetahuan kita dengan tahu kat mana, apakah langkah sepatutnya yang dibuat. Okay? Tentang mule account tadi, bukan setakat pindahkan duit ke pihak ketiga. Anda yang mempunyai akaun ni, kalau contohnya ada 5 akaun, jangan tertarik dengan iklan mengatakan boleh mendapatkan pendapatan pasif dengan menyewakan akaun. Okay? Dalam social media saya biasa nampak ada iklan tersebut dan saya akan report kat MCMC untuk turunkan iklan tersebut. Dia iklankan sewa akaun dapat pendapatan pasif sebanyak RM7,500 sebulan. Ramai yang rasa macam, aku guna satu akaun je, ada ekstra 4 akaun, boleh sewakan. Okay? Ingat, impak dia tinggi. Kanun keseksaan telah dipindah tahun lepas. Sekarang kalau anda ditangkap, okay, akan dicharge bawah kanun keseksaan, boleh dihukum penjara 7 tahun, denda RM100,000. Dan impak dia dari segi kewangan ialah denda, okay, masuk penjara. Semua akaun akan ditutup. Bila dah tak ada akaun, ingat mudah kena dapatkan pekerjaan. Okay, bawah Employment Act terkini, semua pembayaran gaji mestilah menerusi akaun bank. Kalau dah tak ada akaun bank, nak dapat proper job, nak dapatkan kerja yang baik pun tak dapat. Nak buat bisnes perlu ada akaun. Okay? Jadi kalau tanpa akaun, nak buat bisnes pun payah. Kita perlu faham implikasi dia. Jangan sewakan akaun dan jangan mudah pindahkan akaun tanpa semakan. Pihak PDRM ada semak mule. Okay? Kita boleh Google semak mule CCID, semak mule. Kita boleh buat carian mengenai akaun bank atau nombor telefon. Dengan semakan tersebut, kita akan nampak berapa banyak polis report terhadap akaun tersebut, dan yang tu dah cukup untuk mengatakan yang benda ni scam. Okay? Just tambah satu step, buat semakan dahulu. Okay? Yang kita kalau memang malas nak semak, tak nak buat apa, jangan pindahkan wang anda ke mana-mana akaun individu atas arahan seseorang. Okay? Seperti yang saya sebut tadi, kebanyakan mangsa pelaburan ialah authorized transaction. Dia sendiri transferkan duit. bila dia nak report yang dia kena tipu, dia kena bagi bukti yang bagaimana dia ditipu. Okey. Dulunya untuk scam ni, dia akan panggil orang ramai masuk ke hotel, dia bincang, dia buat satu presentation mengenai peluang pelaburan tersebut. Dia tipu depan-depan. Sekarang digital, dia just add kita ke dalam Telegram group ataupun WhatsApp group. Okey. Kalau anda belum masuk setting dalam Telegram, boleh avoid untuk orang masukkan kita ke dalam grup. Okey, buat setting tersebut. Jangan benarkan orang masukkan kita ke dalam grup ikut sewenang-wenang hati. Okey. Kalau dah masuk, jangan mudah percaya. Banyak scammer tu, katalah dalam grup tu ada 100 orang, kebanyakan masa 80 orang tu scammer. 20 orang je mungkin orang baru. Yang 80 orang tu ada yang kata alhamdulillah masuk rezeki. Terima kasih syarikat ni sebab bagi rezeki. Jangan percaya, semua ni drama. Okey? Kalau betul-betul teliti receipt duit yang dia share tu, nombor dia biasanya sama. Okey? Dia just tukar masa, tukar jumlah sahaja. Okay? Jangan percaya benda-benda macam tu, bukan mudah buat duit. Okay? Bukan mudah buat duit. Dari segi persoalan tadi, okay, apakah perlindungan yang ada? Pihak bank, perbankan, sama ada pihak bank komersial, Islamic banks, e-money providers, okay, semua pihak ni memang beri perlindungan dan mempunyai complaints proses, redress proses. Kalau tak puas hati, kalau ada aduan, boleh sampaikan aduan melalui saluran unit aduan pihak institusi tersebut. Okay? Akan tetapi apa yang saya sebut tadi, kebanyakan ni untuk pelaburan ialah transaksi sendiri. Bila transaksi sendiri, kita nak report apa? Kalau kita report, kita kena tipu, kita perlu tahu saluran yang betul. Saluran yang betul, sekiranya anda tertipu oleh scammer, cepat-cepat call 997. Okay? NSRC, National Scam Response Center. Hotline 997 dan bekerja 24 jam. Public holiday pun boleh. Okay? Just immediately call dan report. Untuk apa-apa jenis scam, kena call NSRC 997. Okay? Optionnya boleh call kepada pihak bank, tapi kita dah ada dedicated hotline 997, boleh kontak NSRC atau bank anda untuk ambil tindakan lanjut. Dan polis report adalah wajib. Okay? Yang ni kita kena sentuh perkara ni kerana adalah menjadi kewajipan kita sebagai pengadu memberi bukti-bukti yang kukuh tentang allegation kita. Kalau kita kata saya tertipu dengan si dia, kita yang kena beri bukti-bukti yang cukup. Dengan bukti inilah saya mengatakan saya tertipu. Okay? Kena come forward, kumpul bukti. Ramai yang bila kena scam, dia rasa gelabah, dia pergi delete semua bukti. Dia pergi exit dari group dan delete everything. Dia reset phone langsung. Okay? Bila tanya bukti, semua ada dalam phone dan telah terpadam. Susah nak buat siasatan tanpa bukti. Okay? Terima kasih.
Okey, terima kasih Tuan Vijay. Satu penjelasan yang cukup jelas saya rasa lah ya. Jadi kadang-kadang kes-kes berlaku ni kerana kita sendiri, kita yang membenarkan ia berlaku. Suka saya untuk kongsi lah ya. Saya pun ada terlihat satu posting dalam Facebook yang kononnya satu pihaknya yang memberi gambaran mereka memberi gambaran seolah-olah mereka mewakili pihak peguam yang boleh membuat recovery on all your losses tadi tu. Tu jangan cepat terpedaya lah ya. Kadang-kadang Scammer pun juga kita dah hilang duit, kita dah kena scam, dan akan ada lagi satu pihak scammer yang nak scam kita, konon-konon boleh recover duit. Tadi Tuan Vijay ada cakap tentang buat laporan ya, maknanya, tetapi untuk saya untuk kongsi lah ya, dengan untuk ajukan soalan ni kepada setiap ahli panel lah ya. Bila kita selain daripada membuat pengaduan pada pihak polis lah ya, kita dah buat aduan pada polis. Selain dari itu, apakah tindakan-tindakan yang kritikal yang kita buat? Kita sedar kita ditipu. Ya, mungkin ada orang kita tanya dia, bila cik bagi duit? Bulan sudah. Itu macam dah terlambat. Tetapi dalam peringkat awal, ada peringkat 24 jam atau 48 jam selepas sedar dia tipu tadi tu, maknanya orang kata sedar dari mimpi. Apakah tindakan yang perlu dibuat? Mungkin kita minta kongsi daripada pihak PDRM terlebih dahulu.
Okey, seperti apa yang selalu kami alami lah bila kami menemu bual mangsa. Memang kadang dia sedar kena tipu lebih daripada 24 jam. So dia sedar bila duit dah tak dapat dikeluarkan, banyak sangat permintaan oleh scammer supaya bayar itu ini, baru dia sedar, oh ini memang tipu, baru dia buat report kan. Jadi memang agak lambat sikit lah kalau kita dah proses nak menghalang transaksi duit pengadu kepada akaun suspek. So kalau boleh, kita pun tak mengharapkanlah pengadu akan sedar awal kan. Tapi kalau tersedar awal, bolehlah seperti Tuan Vijay cakap tadi, kita ada National Scam Response Center 997 dan ianya berjalan 24 jam. Fungsinya adalah once kalau kita masih sedar, kita baru bank in dalam 2 jam sebelumnya, kita tahu kita kena scam, kita call, kita mungkin boleh sekat akaun bank suspek tadi. So mungkin duit yang kita bank in, mungkin contoh kita bank in dalam 10,000 ke 100,000, mungkin scammer belum sempat wire ke tempat lain, dia boleh dihalang. Duit tu masih boleh dibekukan, dan kita pihak polis akan jalankan siasatan, dan bila duit ni kita dah dapat penyata daripada bank, kita akan pulang kepada mangsa. Mangsa boleh dapat kembali duit dia lah. Itu tujuan penubuhan 997 untuk menghalang skamer usaha kekayaan.
Okey, mungkin Tuan boleh share apakah dokumen-dokumen yang perlu dikongsi bila nak buat laporan tadi tu. Apa yang mereka kena selamatkan dokumen?
Ya, betul. Tuan-tuan sendiri pun memang kena perlu transaksi perbualan tuan-tuan dalam WhatsApp. Biasanya investment ni jarang dia call. Dia semuanya di dalam grup. Tuan-tuan akan diletakkan dalam grup. Kenapa diletak dalam grup? Senang. Bila tuan dah sedar nanti, grup tu akan dipadamkan. Bukti semua hilang. So semua perbualan dalam WhatsApp tu tuan-tuan kena screenshot, simpan. Sebab masa bicara nanti pihak pendakwaan akan minta tuan-tuan punya screenshot ni. Begitu juga bila pihak polis sendiri dapat tangkap sindiket ni. Kita pernah tangkap calling center dia. Banyak kali tangkap calling center. Kita sempat rampas handphone dari scammer ni. Kita boleh tahu siapa yang kena scam di Malaysia. Kita pengadu tu boleh satu handphone ni kita boleh kesan 100 orang yang kena scam tu. Sebab ada perbualan tu. Tapi kalau tuan-tuan dah delete tuan punya, kami tak dapat nak minta untuk tuduh dia untuk kes tuan-tuan. So memang kena simpan bukti transaksi, bukti scammer tu memperdayakan tuan-tuan dalam perbualan dalam grup tu sendiri. Itu yang penting.
Okey, mungkin Tuan Vijay nak tambah lagi ke?
Okey, seperti yang Tuan sebut, memang bukti itu penting. Okay. Bukan setakat bukti perbualan saja, bukti transaksi. Okay. Ada yang buat cash deposit. Okay. Resit tersebut patut kita ambil gambar, simpan sebagai bukti kita transfer duit tersebut. dan tindakan memang kena laju kerana seperti yang saya sebut tadi, akaun keldai akan digunakan untuk terima duit. Bila dia dah terima duit, dia akan cepat transferkan ke akaun keldai lain. Okay? Dia akan pass duit tu, pecah-pecahkan duit dan transfer ke banyak akaun keldai yang lain. Jadi bila anda buat laporan di NSRC 997, pihak NSRC akan kejar duit tersebut. Okay? Sekiranya duit tersebut masih ada dalam sistem perbankan, masih ada dalam akaun, duit tu akan diemak, akan dibekukan. Okay? Boleh diselamatkan, akan tetapi anda perlu bertindak cepat. Okay? Saya kalau boleh, saya tak nak anda jadi mangsa scam dan kita pergi cari duit. Kita patut elakkan dari jadi mangsa. Okay. Satu, kerana bukan mudah nak dapatkan balik duit. Yang kedua, bawah Akta Perkhidmatan Kewangan Financial Services Act, memang kita ada spesifik section 137 untuk illegal deposit taking, pengambilan deposit tanpa lesen. Okay. Dan kita ada satu lagi section yang mengatakan pelabur-pelabur boleh juga diambil tindakan sebagai accomplice, sebagai bersubahat, okay, dengan penjenayah tersebut. Jadi kita sebagai pelabur, kalau dalam skim-skim seperti ini, boleh dianggap sebagai bersubahat. Okay. Kenapa saya sebut bersubahat ni? Banyak yang dia bukan setakat labur dan duduk diam. Dia akan mula cari orang. Dia akan mula masukkan dalam grup kawan-kawan sekolah atau grup taman, ajak orang lain masuk ke dalam skim. Okay? Banyak kes yang kita lihat bila disiasat, semua laporan tersebut dari mangsa mengatakan mereka masuk berdasarkan ajakan dari ejen tersebut. Seseorang pelabur dah dianggap ejen kerana dia mula tarik orang masuk ke dalam pelaburan. Okay? Jadi anda sebagai pelabur, kalau mula ajak orang, anda ada peluang untuk diheret ke mahkamah sebagai penganjur skim tersebut. Okay? Lepas tu anda kena defend lah kat court. Okay? Kenapa anda ajak ramai-ramai masuk skim tersebut, atas dasar apa? Siapakah bos kepada skim tersebut? Kalau tak kenal, maksudnya anda yang akan kena tanggung. Okay? Jangan mudah percaya dengan apa yang ditawarkan melalui digital atau secara fizikal. Semak dahulu. Maklumat yang kita perlukan adalah semua. Okay? Dari segi transaksi, dari segi kontrak yang ada, perjanjian yang ada, contact numbers yang anda communicate. Jangan percaya kepada apa-apa message atau group yang mereka set dalam WhatsApp. Okay? Phone number kita, walaupun phone number kita dah deactivate, nombor tu dah tak pakai, WhatsApp account yang kita dah create dulu, gunakan nombor tu akan masih hidup. Dan scammers menggunakan numbers sebegitu sebagai mule number. Dia akan salah gunakan identiti nombor, dia menyorok di sebalik nombor tersebut. Okay? Jadi kalau kita nak melabur macam tu, percaya dan melabur, kita tak tahu kita deal dengan siapa. Yang kita tahu, kita cuma bayar ke dalam akaun mule tersebut. Mule tu mungkin tak tahu atau tak kena mengena dengan skim ini. Dia tak tahu langsung. Yang dia buat silap, dia pergi sewakan akaun dia. Okay? Jadi anda perlu fikir secara lebih teliti. Jangan mudah pindahkan duit. Kumpul semua bukti. Semak dahulu sebelum melabur. Jangan selepas dah kena scam, duit tak masuk, duit tak dapat, baru nak mula report, baru nak mula tanya kat polis, tanya kat bank negara atau SC. Semak sebelum anda keluarkan duit anda. Terima kasih.
Okey, terima kasih Tuan Vijay. Mungkin Puan Ratna dari perspektif atau sudut pandang pemain industri, ada nak buat tambahan, komen ke?
Dari segi technical proses apa you kena buat dalam masa kritikal 24 ke 48 jam, saya rasa DSP Saunders dan juga Cik Vijay dah terang dengan begitu jelas. Ya, dan dari segi industri sendiri, industri perbankan, saya mewakili the Islamic banks, also the commercial, the conventional bank. Saya nak bagi tahu sedikit yang boleh kita buat dari segi diri kita sendiri. Okey, sekarang ni akaun bank anda semua ada di handphone, betul? Semua mobile banking. Anda tahu tak, dalam mobile banking anda, sekiranya anda rasa macam your account has been hacked ataupun scammers telah dapat masuk kepada akaun anda, anda boleh dengan sendirinya tutup akaun buat sementara. Tahu ke tak tahu? Tak tahu? Okay, sorry, saya tak ada hadiah. I'm not sure, we don't have hadiah, right? But dekat mobile banking itu sendiri ada kill switch. Ini adalah feature baru yang telah diimprovisasi, ditambah baik oleh pihak bank di dalam mobile banking anda supaya selepas anda call 997 untuk mengadu anda dah kena tipu, anda ada duit anda dah hilang, ya, anda boleh freeze account anda dengan menekan butang kill switch. Saya rasa semua bank ada. Kalau tak ada, you kena call bank. You can look if you punya bank yang logo rimau, dia ada di settings. Kalau you punya perbankan Islam, dia ada, dia tulis kill switch. Ada yang lain dia tak pakai kill switch, nama lain. But the function is for you to tap on the button, account anda akan bukan beku lah, di stop buat sementara. Anda tak boleh keluarkan duit, orang lain yang ada password anda semua pun tak boleh keluarkan daripada akaun anda. Okay, so you can check your account dalam masa-masa kecemasan, anda boleh tekan. Then the next day anda boleh pergi ke bank dan menerangkan untuk uplift balik akaun itu. Okay, faham Yang ni adalah satu, nama dia kill switch. Kedua tadi Cik Vijay pun ada cakap, sebenarnya yang authorize duit ni keluar adalah kita sendiri. Anda tak boleh salahkan orang lain sebab phone anda, mobile banking anda, bila anda buat transfer, anda kena approve kan? Sekarang ada secure to you, tak tahu apa to you lagi, dia bank-bank lain yang anda kena approve. Maknanya dia mata dan minda anda melihat, I am transferring 5,000 kepada akaun sipolan-sipolan. Approve atau reject? So kalau yang tekan approve tu siapa? Anda yang tekan approve dan duit anda keluar dengan rela hati anda. Tapi bila anda sedar anda kena tipu, anda salahkan siapa? Anda salahkan bank. Betul. Keluarlah dekat your media sosial, bank A menipu kami. Kami sebagai pengguna meminta untuk bank ni menjelaskan tentang security mereka. They have very weak security, firewall, tak tahu apa lagi. But ujung-ujung bila masuk kepada Cik Vijay, buat segala bukti semua, anda dapat balik ke duit anda? Tak, paksa lagi bank bayar, kasihanilah kami. Dah guna elemen lain pula, elemen kasihanilah saya. Masa anda keluarkan duit, anda tak kesian pun dengan diri anda. Maaf, saya terpaksa bertegas sebab I have been talking about scam, saya rasa dari tahun 2023. Begitu pentingnya scam ni, di mana pihak industri perbankan telah melabur, saya rasa lebih daripada 20 juta since then hanya untuk kempen, hanya untuk kempen. Kalau kat depan tu anda tengok ada jangan kena scam punya booth. Masuk-masuk je anda nampak. Ini adalah inisiatif perbankan untuk mengajar dan memberi informasi kepada anda. Okay, that's how much the banks seriously nak combat scam. Malangnya orang yang sama berulang-ulang kali, hari ni kena scam, bulan depan muka dia juga, 3 tahun lagi muka dia juga. Jadi apa yang saya boleh kata di sini, all things mentioned by the police, by Bank Negara Malaysia, dan saya mewakili industri perbankan, jangan tamak. Satu, jangan tamak. Dua, jangan tergesa-gesa. Tiga, jangan bagi apa-apa maklumat perbankan anda. Keempat, bantu diri anda mendapat informasi. Jadilah duta anti-scam atau jangan kena scam kepada ahli keluarga anda. Daripada anak sampai nenek. Kena bagi tahu, nenek ni kaya tau. Saya punya mak 85 tahun. Saya ajar dia, "Ma, anything orang call nak apa-apa tak boleh. Semua tu scam." Saya tak kira lah betul ke tidak. Jadi dia dengar cakap saya sebab dia kata saya dah bercakap pasal benda ni. Siapa pun call dia, dia akan kata tak ada, awak scam, awak scam. Sampai makcik saya pun cakap, dah kenapa? Semua orang call pun scam. Tak ada. Ni kau scam ni, kau scam. Postman pun scam. That's how saya bagi tahu. Tapi anak-anak muda ni susah sikit sebab sekarang macam-macam digital. So between 24 hours to 48, of course, call 997. Kemudian buatlah yang macam saya kata tadi, kill switch. But the important thing is to get your information. Boleh pergi ke banyak-banyak website. TikTok, iBeam pun ada. Banyak kami share video tentang jangan kena scam. Bank Negara pun ada amaran scam, whatever. Daripada tengok yang bukan-bukan tu, baiklah tambah ilmu tentang scam. Jaga duit kita sendiri. Okay?
Terima kasih Puan Ratna. Okay, kita dah dengar pesanan-pesanan daripada ahli panelis yang cukup berpengalaman. Harap dapat memanfaatkanlah yang maklumat tersebut tadi tu. Okey, soalan seterusnya kepada Tuan Vijay. Ini soalan yang sebenarnya yang banyak orang nak tahu sebenarnya. Tetapi inilah kepahitan yang orang kata benda yang terpaksa ditelan, ya. Jadi soalan saya kepada Tuan Vijay, secara realistik, apakah cansa atau peluang mangsa boleh mendapatkan kembali wang mereka jika mereka dah buat aduan? Mereka hilang duit, mereka kumpul dokumen, buat aduan. Yang 24 jam tu 24 jam lah, yang lepas 24 bulan pun ada juga, ya. Tapi apakah peluang mereka dan apakah yang mempengaruhi peluang-peluang ini? Silakan Tuan.
Okey, peluang untuk dapat balik duit kalau nak cakap terus terang memang tipis. Okey, agak terlalu tipis. Okey. Satu seperti yang saya sebut, ni adalah authorized transaction. Okey. Bukannya scammer masuk akaun kita curi duit. Okay, bukannya sebab kelemahan sistem perbankan ke apa. Untuk pelaburan lebih kepada kelalaian kita untuk tidak menyemak dan kita transfer ke pihak ketiga dan laporan yang dibuat adalah lambat. Okay. Jadi kes ni perlu dibawa disiasat dan dibawa ke mahkamah untuk dibincangkan dan dibuktikan yang si pesalah ni memang terima duit kita, memang bersalah, dan selepas tu pihak investors pelabur ni biasanya akan buat group civil action terhadap pesalah tersebut. Yang tu pun kalau memang ada duit. Kebanyakan masa by the time seseorang tu telah di-charge atau syarikat tu dibawa ke mahkamah sedang charge tu, kebanyakan masa duit dah tak banyak. Okay? Dan ada kes di mana bila mahkamah lihat aset yang dibekukan oleh pesalah ini compare dengan jumlah claim yang ada, jumlah kalau diagihkan mungkin setiap seorang ni dapat 50 sen. Okay? Duit yang ada tak cukup sebab ramai sangat pelabur. Okay? Dan prosesnya rumit. Saya tak dapat ingat berapa banyak kes yang successfully seseorang tu boleh dapat balik duit. Okay? Kes yang kita lihat kebanyakannya hilang duit. Okay? Sebab tu kita tekankan, saya rasa dah berapa tahun kita buat investment, buat sesi seperti ini untuk ingatkan semua orang jangan sampai kena scam. Sebab kita tahu secara realitinya bukan mudah dapat balik duit. Okay? Lagi mudah kita selamatkan duit sebelum pelaburan daripada kita melabur, ambil risiko, berhubung dengan pihak yang tak dikenali, beri duit dan nak dapatkan kembali bukan mudah, bukan senang dan tak realistik. Okay? Melalui NSRC, jumlah duit yang boleh dapat balik pun bergantung kepada berapa cepat kita bertindak. Kalau kata lepas 40 jam baru kita sedar kena scam, saya boleh kata tiada peluang dapat balik duit. Okay? Yang kita lihat dekat NSRC ni, dia cukup setakat 2 jam untuk mereka alirkan ke 10 layer. Okay, 10 layer maksudnya dari pertama 10,000 dia pecah-pecahkan bagi 5 akaun. Dia pecahkan lagi bagi 10 akaun sampai 10 layer. Okay, itu pun kalau duit masih dalam sistem. Kalau dah dikeluarkan kat mana-mana dah hilanglah duit tu. Okay? Jadi peluangnya memang set to say memang boleh kata tak ada atau terlalu tipis. Jangan pergi ke arah tu. Kita kalau boleh perkasakan diri dengan ilmu, dengan maklumat seperti yang disebut, kita ada jangan kena scam, kita ada portal dia sendiri. Pihak Bank Negara ada amaran scam Facebook page, pihak SC ada Investmart, pihak PDRM ada JSJK Facebook, okay? Dan ada Semamul. So ada banyak tempat yang kita boleh dapatkan ilmu, perkasakan diri dengan ilmu, follow. Jangan rasa anda pandai, jangan rasa ada doctorate, masters, degree holder tak kena scam. Kita pernah tengok specialist pun boleh kena scam. Even at highest level, orang yang bijak pandai pun boleh kena scam. Kita tak tahu bila tempoh kita leka, kita tak tahu bila tempoh kita dirasuk dengan ketamakan. Okay? Yang kita perlu sentiasa beringat, bukan mudah buat duit. Okay? Bukan mudah. Okay? Yang tunggu gaji, kita setiap kali kena tunggu hari gaji. Yang buat bisnes bukan mudah kita dapat untung. Okay? Kebanyakan pelaburan scam ni, dia dengan mudahnya dia janjikan keuntungan dengan it is too good to be true. Okay? When it is too good to be true, most likely it's a scam. Kita ingat tu je. Okay? Tiada siapa boleh beri jaminan keuntungan atau modal kepada kita. Terima kasih.
Okay, terima kasih Tuan Vijay. Okay, soalan ini je terakhir, kita dah sampai ke penghujung program. Mungkin setiap ahli panelis nak bagi kata-kata atau nasihat kepada pengunjung. Silakan Tuan.
Nasihat daripada pihak polis, tuan-tuan kenalah berhati-hati. Macam tajuk kita hari ini adalah silap labur duit lebur. Memang betul-betul lebur kan. Dan jika pihak hadirin daripada organisasi ke, daripada komuniti ke nak perlukan nasihat daripada pihak polis, boleh jemput mana-mana pegawai polis untuk memberi penerangan berkenaan dengan skam pelaburan ataupun skam yang lain. Kita sentiasa membantu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Tuan. Okey, Tuan Vijay.
Seperti yang saya sebut, jangan lupa dapatkan maklumat dari amaran scam, jangan kena scam. Okay? Jangan lupa 997. Okay? Kalau kita ingat emergency, kebakaran, nak cari polis 999, emergency untuk scam 997. Ingat tu, 24 jam. Terima kasih.
Okay, Puan Rana.
Okey, saya ada 3 perkara. Ingat ya, 1, simpan semua maklumat perbankan dan pribadi anda, jangan share dengan siapa-siapa. Kedua, dapatkan informasi dan didik diri anda dengan ilmu-ilmu berkaitan pelaburan sebelum wang anda lebur. Dan ketiga, it is not about who will be scammed, but it is about when. Bukan atas dasar siapa yang akan kena scam, tapi bila kita akan di-scam. Jadi berhati-hati dan semoga anda semua tak jadi statistik into orang-orang yang kehilangan wang. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Puan ya. Dan akhir sekali daripada penganjur ya. suka untuk saya mengatakan, ingat ya, jika tawaran tersebut terlalu bagus untuk menjadi kenyataan, ia mungkin penipuan. If it's too good to be true, then it's not true. Jadi rujuk semua-semua maklumat yang disebutkan oleh panel-panel tadi tu, saya makmiul, Bank Negara Alert List, Investor Alert List, senarai-senarai syarikat yang sah untuk pelaburan Islamik, dan juga investment checker Suruhanjaya Security. Saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada ahli panel dan juga terima kasih kepada pengunjung sekalian. Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera.
All right, thank you. Please, speakers, stay on the stage. We want to take a picture with you, and I would like to invite Mr. Jawahar on stage as well to take a photo together. Okay, so just stay on the stage and look at the camera in the middle. Awesome. Thank you so much for the very insightful sharing regarding scams. Pelbagai lah macam ada scams sekarang. So kita kena aware, kita perlu tahu knowledge. Semua ni, kalau bukan, just like the title, silap labur, duit lebur. Okay, give me a thumbs up. Yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a round of applause? Amazing sharing. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So now it is time to get your SAM. Yeah. If you have your passport, please do it now at the end of the session. Just a gentle reminder: try not to interrupt the sessions. All right. So between the speaking sessions, let them finish first. Let the speakers finish first. Then we can get the job. All right. For sure, we have it one. Huh? Don't worry, you won't go anywhere. So we'll be clearing the stage. Next up on the stage, coming up next, we have another presentation. It is titled Keys to Successful Investing. It is brought to you by Trellis Wong from Public Mutual Berhad. It is in a Mandarin session, correct? Yeah. So if you are interested in that 会讲华语的哈，这一个节目哈，我们会解释给你知道那一些主要的 tips for successful investing， 对吗？对哈。OK， so 是 by 我们的 Public Mutual 的这一个 expert 了哈。So 如果你们有兴趣的话 ，if you're interested, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the stage, take a seat, and we will begin very, very shortly. Thank you.
近派息3%，你会觉得很沮丧、很伤心。那么今晚吃什么？吃妈妈，20块钱，320，你可以看得出情绪会影响你做决定，对不对？啊，所以我们千万不要让情绪影响我们的决定。记得投资的观念就是低买高卖，不管市场发生什么事，记住你的财务规划目标是在10年、20年后，并不是现在。市场的波动通常都是短期的，1年、2年、3年、5年。你的投资是长期的，10年、20年或者30年。OK， 长期投资记得。OK， 另外一个好消息就是，每次市场有波动之后，市场都是会反弹，就好像打篮球这样子，跌了它一定会上回的。你看现在市场上到蛮高哦，啊，相信大家都很高兴哦，每天都很舍得花钱吃比较好的晚餐，对不对？啊，但是有上就有跌，记得你的财务目标维持长期性。OK， 另外一个好处给长期投资就是，如果你是属于长期投资，那么你可以享受复利的力量。复利就是利息打利息，钱生钱，啊，就好像一个雪球从一个高山小小粒跌下来的时候，它会吸引周围的雪，把它变成一个大雪球，这就是复利的影响，啊，所以如果可以的话，请大家可以更早的开始投资。如果你有孩子，1年级、2年级，或者是他们刚刚出生，其实你也是可以帮他们投资了的，啊，在我孩子出生的时候，我已经帮他投资了，啊，因为这个投资成功，他帮我达到了很多我的财务规划。我买了车，买了房，结了婚，生了孩子，现在正在准备我自己的退休基金。OK， 这就是投资的好处，希望大家 OK 可以跟我一起分享。那么刚刚的问题就是如何应对市场的波动，答案就是长期投资。OK， 记住，不是5年、10年，可能需要更长，15年、20年，因为你的财务规划目标，如果是退休的话，可能是10年、20年；如果是买车，可能是5年；买房的话，可能是10年。那么短期之内就比较难实现。但是如果是5年以上的话，通常你都能够达到你的财务目标的。OK， 那就是第一个问题。这边我有4个问题啊。OK， 第二个问题，什么时候是投资的最佳时机？啊，这个我问了股神，股神跟我讲他也不懂，所以你需要怎样的答案？你预测他的答案是什么？就是很简单，其实就是任何时候都是好时机。那么你可以应用在单位星座里面很普遍的一个投资方法，就是我们的零级成本平均法，就是我们的 RCA（Ringgit Cost Averaging）， 每个月进钱，啊，千万不要小看这个方法。OK， 这边我跟大家分享3个不同的投资方法。第一个投资方法，一次过，如果你是投资1万块，投资20年，每年可以给你6%的回酬，那么1万将会变成32000块，这样少不了啊？对，很少。但是如果你在这1万块的一次过投资，再加每个月1000块的投资，就是1万开始，然后每个月1000，同样20年，6%的回酬，那么这个市值在20年后将会变成50万。哎，刚刚才32000，现在就变成50万了。对，这就是复利以及 RCA 的好处。 如果你能够再把那个时限从20年变成30年，那么你将有100万。啊，这就是 RCA 的好处。人生有几个10年，对不对？啊，我已经过了4个，一个人最少应该会有7、8个吧。啊，投资可能占有3、4个。OK， 所以不要等了。如果有机会的话，那么今天是一个很好的场合，你可以看不同的产品，再做自己的决定。当然，大众信托的考的是在前面啊，一走进来就看到了哈。OK， 有什么疑问可以去找他们。OK， 这边我们就看一看刚刚我所说的一个方法，每个月就是定期的投资500，第2个月500、500、500、500，那么1年之后你就可以存到6000。如果你是存5年之后，你就有3万块，3万块你就可以买车、买房以及结婚了。啊，因为马来西亚的聘金应该不高吧，2万。我那时还便宜，我那时才1万块，啊，现在应该2万。买车买房你只是给头期吗？头期可能也是1万块，买车可能是几千块，那么3万块你就可以达到你的财务目标了 ，OK？ 那么这个 RCA 的好处很多，首先它能够确定你的投资组合稳定的增长，因为市场下跌，它买更多的单位；市场上升，它就买比较少的单位。长期来讲，市场是慢慢上升的，所以你的单位会越来越多。OK， 然后培养良好及持之以恒的储蓄习惯。现在相信，如果你叫你的孩子存钱，都是很难的事了。大家都很喜欢花钱，对吗？啊，所以为什么你不劝告你的孩子？帮他开一个户口，然后每个月鼓励他把100块存进这个信托基金里面，那么1个月就有100块，1年1200块，10年的话已经就有12000块了，啊，这就是存钱的好处，一个习惯。另外 ，OK， 投资免受情绪的左右。不管市场上跟跌不用紧，买就对了，这就是 RCA 的好处，以及投资时无需预测市场的时机，市场上跟下不用紧，我买就对了。啊，如果大家有投资在黄金基金的话，相信现在已经是笑哈哈的时候了，我已经大笑了。我以前买黄金的时候大概是180块，我结婚那时，现在哇，500块了。啊，不过对现在的年轻人就比较痛苦一下哦，要结婚的话，可能买比较优的黄金啦。啊 ，OK， 这就是第2个问题的答案。OK， 什么是最好的时期？就是应用我们的 RCA 零级成本平均法。第3个问题，我应该投资什么类型的基金？啊，讲到类型的基金，那么它就好像你的食物这样子，每次你吃东西的时候，你是不是比较注重营养了？啊，你吃的东西的时候，你要有鱼、有肉、有菜、有水果、有汤、有饮料，啊，这样营养才平衡吗？啊，单位信托也是一样，你可以把你的营养的一些计划放在我们的单位信托投资组合配置计划，有点长。其实短来讲，它就是叫 AA，Asset Allocation， 资产分配，就是把你的钱分散在不同的基金类别。OK， 这边我们可以看得出，我们的投资组合其实可以由不同的基金类别来组成。最重要的当然是有股票基金，以及我们的债券基金，这个混合平衡就是一般的咯。这个货币市场基金其实就好像你的flexible 的定期，因为 这个你放入，就算你放入1天、2天、3天，它也是有利息的。OK， 当然回到我们最重要的东西，就是我们的股票基金以及我们的债券基金，这2个组合是完美的，因为股票基金会把你的资产增加，而我们的债券基金会帮你保本，它帮你保护你的基金，免受一切的灾害。当然，如果市场下跌，它也是会有影响的，所以要如何决定我们要把多少钱放入我们的股票基金，或者是我们的债券基金？市面上有很多个方法，我这边我教你最简单的方法，就是根据你的年龄 ，OK， 你的年龄，如果你是40岁的话，那么你就把48%放入股票，不是放入债券，68%放入股票基金。如果你是80岁的话，那么88%放入债券，28%放在股票，因为你比较老了，不能够承受这么大的风险，OK， 这就是单位信托投资组合配置的好处，它把你的钱放在不同的地方，就好像你的晚餐、你的午餐、你吃的东西一样，OK， 那么要决定你要把多少%放入股票基金，当然我们必须知道你的风险承受能力，当你还没有买任何基金的时候，我们会给你填一个表格，那么我们才可以知道你的风险承受能力是多少。当然，这都是根据你的教育背景、投资经验、你的岁数以及你的投资目标是什么来决定的。最低是1，可以买货币市场；最高是5，可以买外国股票基金，就是很风险的一种。OK， 这边我们可以看一看他们的相互关系、回酬以及他们的风险。最高回酬就是我们的股票基金，当然风险也是最高的，高风险高回酬，低风险低回酬。有的时候大家习惯把钱放入我们的定期，其实除了放定期，你也是可以把钱放入我们的货币市场基金，因为可能你放了2个礼拜，你有急事要拿那笔钱出来，你可以立刻拿了。如果是定期的话，你放了1年6个月之后你要用钱的话，利息可以拿到吗？全部被银行 forfeit， 给银行吃掉了。这个货币市场基金我们不会吃你的，每天你都可以看那个价格会慢慢的成长，0.0001、0.0002，慢慢的上升，而且长期来说，它的回酬，货币市场基金的回酬是好过定存。为什么好过定存？当然，当你放定存的时候，你是一个人放；当大众信托去放定存的时候，我们是放多少钱？我们是放一个很大的数额，所以我们可以跟银行谈判，叫他给我们更高的回酬。这就是我们的货币市场基金。OK， 那个就是第3个问题，如何选择基金？那么你就要有自己的投资单位组合配置计划。你们还记得我刚刚所提到的前面3个问题吗？第1个问题是什么？还记得吗？市场波动，如何应对？长期投资。第2个问题，最佳时机，不用 RCA。第3个问题，选择适合你的基金，就是用我们的单位信托组合配置计划。最后1个问题也是最重要的，如何管理投资风险？什么是风险？风险就是不确定性，就是你预测不到它的结果。例如今天，等一下我去吉隆坡塔，我去最高上面我跳下来，你觉得有风险吗？从吉隆坡塔跳下来有风险吗？有没有风险？没有，0。为什么没有风险？必死无疑，没有人可以活的。除非我有降落伞，就有风险，因为可能我 还是会跌死，降落伞开不到，这就是风险的定义。如果如果有人跟你讲，他介绍你一个产品是没有风险的话，要不要买？没有风险的产品买吗？不错吗？一天1%，一年365%哦，诈骗产品啊，肯定是诈骗产品。因为为什么？它的结果是确定性的，你肯定亏完你的钱，1毛都不剩，它的结果是确定性的。但是投资在信托基金或者是任何产品，它的结果永远是不确定的。你可能赚钱，你可能亏钱，你可能没有赚没有亏，这就是风险的定义。那么我们要管理如何管理我们的投资风险？很简单，交给我们的基金经理。你记得你买单位信托的时候，你有给服务费吗？服务费是给谁的？除了给信托基金代理，还有给我们公司。我们公司每一年都会抽起征收那个管理费，他收了管理费，他就会帮你管理你的基金。OK， 多元化你的投资组合，除了他帮你管理基金，你也是可以选择把你的鸡蛋放入不同的篮子里面，这就是多元化 （diversification）。用回刚刚的一个营养餐，我们有股票基金、债券基金以及货币市场基金。OK， 现在我们要多元化一下我们的单位信托基金，所以我们把我们的钱1万块分成3部分，这就是多元化的第一步骤，第一种，给股票基金、债券基金、货币市场基金，48%、48%、28%。第一个方法，你已经把你的投资组合多元化。第二个方法就是，在我们的股票基金，你再把它更多元化。因为股票基金不只有一种，只是投资在马来西亚，它有投资在外国，投资在欧洲、美国，全球性的。OK， 你可以买超过一种，就是我们所说的股票基金 A、B、C。这边我们可以看一看，基金他们有注重在不同的领域，例如科技、消费、医疗、房地产，或者在不同的地理区域，国内、东盟、大中华、亚洲以及全球，还有根据它的市值来投资，大股盘、中股盘、小股盘。如果你是我们大众信托的投资者，如果你有我们的 Babi Mission Online， 你一进到去里面，你就可以看得出有3个圆圈了。那个圆圈就是根据你投资在什么的基金种类，还有地理区域，以及或者是你是用现金 EPF， 或者是现金 EPF 这2种来组成你的那3个pie chart。OK。所以最后就跟大家来总结一下刚刚我所说的每一个问题以及它的答案。第一，采取长期的投资策略来应对市场波动，买就对了，不用担心。OK， 我在大众信托其实已经工作了20年，也投资了20年，so far我还没有亏过钱啦。OK， 我的经验。第二，定期投资固定的金额，以面对最佳时机。没有最佳时机，买就对了。今天买，明天买，不用紧，买。因为你是注重在长期的投资实现。然后决定您的单位信托投资组合配置，就是我们的股票基金以及我们的债券基金。股票帮你赚钱，债券帮你保值。保护你的资产。最后一个就是拥有一个多元化的投资组合，以把投资风险多元化。不要把钱放在同一个篮子，把你的钱放在不同的国家，美国、中国、马来西亚、亚洲、东盟、欧洲。 OK。那么，这就是我今天所说的最后一个要跟大家分享的东西了。OK， 希望大家在听了我的讲座会之后 ，OK， 哪一个东西对你有用，就把它吸收放入你的脑袋里面，应用在你的投资组合。最后，我祝大家投资快乐，谢谢大家。
All right， 非常感谢我们的演讲者 Mr. Trellis。Mr. Trellis， 其实我手上呢是有一个 Aeon voucher 想要 give away。So 呢，我是有一个问题啦，但是我想要你做决定，他们给的答案满意不满意，可以吗？
哦，你有多少张 voucher？
一张不了，所以我问这个问题呢，
就有一个幸运儿
只有一个幸运儿，你帮我选哈。So 我的问题是什么是 RCA， 然后有什么好处？有人想要答吗？这个应该很简单吧？如果你有
这哦，去吧去吧，
只有一个人罢了，来。
RCA 就是就是定期的投资啊，它不用管那个市场是低还是高，就是每个月。
定期投资多少钱？
固定的数额。
固定的数额，最少多少钱
？500。
没有，500是一个例子而已。100块、10块，其实10块钱都可以开始了的，其实。OK， 答案正确。
正确哈 ，All right， 来，我们给 Mr. Trellis 一个掌声好不好？
谢谢
，Thank you。All right， to the winner 这边拿哈，来这边 claim 你的奖品哈，非常谢谢 Mr. Trellis 的这一个演讲。So ladies and gentlemen, we're coming back, and of course now is a moment we are all waiting for, right? Very excited. Anybody excited? All right, what's gonna happen? Tell me. Lucky draw, correct. Okay, do give us a little bit of time to set up and we'll be right back, okay? Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. No answer, no luck, no prize. I always say this. Good evening. All right, awesome. All right. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the InvestSmart Fest 2025. And now everybody's favorite session is here. Huh? What is the session? Lucky draw, correct. All right. And of course, every time lucky draw, our mascots, Up Boy and City will be here. So everybody say hi. All right, awesome. So in order to draw the lucky numbers, I would now like to invite a very special person on stage, Mr. Jawahar. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. All right. So now we are going to draw our first prize. So this session, there will be 5 prizes, yeah? Okay, so usually one day we have 2 sessions, yeah? One in the afternoon, one at night, in the evening, okay? So yesterday, we gave out 2 Dyson vacuum cleaners, all right? So you can see the prizes are very attractive now, huh? Even I want to join, unfortunately I cannot, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. What is the first prize that we have? The first prize we have is a 5th prize Philips series hair dryer. All right, Mr. Jawahar, can we draw the first number? So if your number is called, please show me the small stub of paper you have, yeah? Prepare it. If you don't have it, I'm not going to give it to you, okay? All right, so let's get our first lucky winner. All right, our first lucky winner for day 2, lucky draw. What's the first number? There's 4 digits, right? 0, yes. 0, 2, 4, 7. I have the name, yeah, Mr. Ng Chun Kiet. Oh, are you here? Are you here? Are you sure, huh? Why, you just right on stage, huh? Macam plan already, huh? 2, 4, 7, that is correct. Congratulations! All right, awesome. So once you get the prize, don't forget to look at the camera and smile. Huh? Yesterday we had the people rushing, just go away already. Huh? Okay, stay on the stage. Huh? All right, so our 4th prize, let's take a look. A Tefal induction cooker. All right, so very exciting. You can balik rumah and masak-masak later. Okay, what is the first number? Okay, standard lah, 0. Anybody with the first number 1? I'm just curious. Don't have all 0, huh? All right, 0, 6. Yeah, very loud. What is your number? Later I want to ask, okay? No worry. 0, 6, 2, 6. 0626 Chong Pei Sim. Correct? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this way is fine. This way is fine. All right, just want to double check. That is correct. All right, round of applause. I realize all the prizes so far is from the people in the front, huh? So, Mr. Jawahar, let's try to draw someone from the back this time, huh? So let's see if we have. Yes, want to take a picture? Come, photo obsession. So let me just juri tengok, huh? Okay, come keep shaking it, All right. Okay, if you want to take a picture, everybody say. Don't say anything first, cheese, huh? Cheese. All right, we have a full house today. Awesome. Okay, the 3rd prize we have is a Tefal So Matcha Stew Pot. The first number is 0. What is the second number? 3. Nah. 8. No. What? 9. Nah. 1. 0, 1, 1, 5. Anybody? 0, 1, 1, 5. The name is, I can't pronounce his name. Ten Zi Pin. I hope I can pronounce correctly. Are you the one? Yeah? All right, let's give a round of applause. Okay, awesome. Now let's bring out the big guns. Let's look at the second prize. What do we have? Oh, who wants this? Wireless over-ear headphones, huh? So you can enjoy music courtesy of Smart. And we have our lucky number 0, 1, 7. Anybody? 017. 0174. Oh, I heard a woo, but I don't see anybody. I only heard a woo. From where? Here? Were you the one that shout woo? Can you shout one more time, woo? Just kidding. Come. All right, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Just let me double check. Make sure. Okay, that's correct. All right. Awesome, awesome. All right. Now for the grand prize. What do you think it is? TV. Yes. Samsung 4K TV. 55 inches TV. So when you come out and take this, I hope you are coming with your partner, 2 person. One person later I scared drop. Okay? All right, let's draw our first session grand prize lucky draw winner. Wow. Okay, very young, age 24. The first number is 09. Anybody with 09 so far? Only one person. Oh, someone say, The third number is 5. 095. The last number is 5. 0955. The name is Tan Zen. All right, you need 2 people. 2 people. Anybody to help you? Nobody help you? I help you lah. Balik in my room. All right, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Okay lah, you look strong enough to carry it lah. But just in case, let us help you. Don't want to drop this few thousand ringgit TV. Alright, thank you so much, Mr. Jaha. Thank you so much for your time. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We will have another session at 8 p.m. Okay? So don't go anywhere. Your passports, you still can do it. Yeah, for those who missed it, please make sure to drop your lucky draw tickets into the box. Okay? So next up, we have our Don't Fall for This Bitcoin and Crypto Myth. So it's about fintech, it's about Bitcoin, it's about crypto, brought to you by our friends from Luno, Malaysia. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, that will be happening at 4:30 p.m. So make sure to join us. And of course, don't forget to join our FinPlan for You. It is a free 1-hour, one-on-one financial planning consultation worth 500 ringgit. First come, first serve, all right? So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll see you later, all right? will have our next session of Lucky Draw happening at about 8 p.m. Okay, so make sure to get your passports in order. Make sure to drop your ticket because we just gave away a Samsung 4K HD TV. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, next up we have a very exciting, very trending topic, and of course, it is right on the stage. What is titled "Don't Fall for These Bitcoin and Crypto Myths." All right. So, I'm pretty sure this is a very interesting topic, especially you know, it being so rampant nowadays, the scams, especially in the crypto world. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure to make your way here to the stage and take a seat. And after the speech, we will give you a chop for your passport, yeah? Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, come, take a seat because we are going to start our session very soon. And of course, we will be also giving away some vouchers, all right? So sir, you have to wait until after the talk, yeah? So make sure to grab a seat first, you know, listen, and then you'll be able to get it, huh? All right? So we will be back very, very shortly. Thank you. Bitcoin and crypto myths. And of course, in order for that to happen, I would like to invite a very good-looking speaker, Mr. Geroni. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give him a round of applause, please, sir?
Thanks.
All right, so give it away.
Thanks, everyone. Yep. Firstly, thanks to SC for always inviting us to give this kind of talks. I think we definitely want to support the industry as well, and together with SC, we will hopefully achieve that. So I am Geroni. I am the Deputy Country Manager for Luno Malaysia. And the topic that I'll be doing today is basically trying to debunk all the myths that we are hearing on our booth for the last 2 days about crypto and specifically Bitcoin, right? So, what I'll be sharing here today, a little bit of introduction, is basically going to be some of the myths that we commonly hear, right? But before I do that, I would like to give an introduction to how the crypto landscape is in Malaysia, and then followed by the main topic, and then who, what, and why Luno, right? So, just a disclaimer, although we come from a crypto company, we are not in any way financial advisors. So, treat this more as an educational topic rather than something that you would use for financial advice, right? So a little bit of an icebreaker, okay? Who here has heard about Luno before? Right? Oh, okay. Wow. See, our marketing is doing pretty well, man. Like a lot of people know. Okay, who here has used Luno before? Very loyal. Thank you for your support. Okay, who here has at least downloaded the app but maybe haven't used it before? Okay, no one. Okay, so in that case, for those that may be very familiar with crypto, treat this more of a refresher, all right? And what I'll do is hopefully, debunk some of the myths that we commonly hear. Oops. Okay, yep, some of the learning objectives today, we would want to understand how the landscape is performing in Malaysia, and I'll give some facts behind the common crypto misconceptions, as well as how to encourage confident investing amongst people here in Malaysia. All right, so first up, okay, how is our industry doing? Well, we have 1.1 million regulated crypto investors in Malaysia, thanks to all of you and for your support. We have accumulated trading of 42.4 million as of June 2024. All right, and globally, Malaysia is ranked 47 in terms of crypto adoption. So it just shows us the potential in terms of crypto adoption here in Malaysia. And in terms of overall macroeconomics for Malaysia, we do see the Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim launching a new digital asset innovation hub. Facet would be launching they already launched their stablecoin-based Islamic digital bank, which is the first in the world. And aside from that, also Malaysia's tokenized asset market is projected to hit $43 billion by the end of 2030. All right. So tokenization, for some of you that may not know, is basically the process of representing real-world assets through crypto or tokens, right? And it can be in the form of art, stocks, property, or even IPs, even intangible assets, right? So in case some of you may still be wondering, yes, crypto assets are legal. Okay, that's why they may be popular here in Malaysia, right? Crypto assets are actually regulated by our regulators, the Securities Commission, and we have over 23 registered crypto assets, one of which is Bitcoin, the one that we'll be focusing on today. Okay, so in this section, we'll be covering the main topic, which is debunking some of the myths. I know some of you present here today are wondering also some of the questions here, or rather raise some of the questions here over at the booth. So hopefully I can do a good job in terms of clearing up the skepticism behind it. But I always feel that it's good to be skeptical about things because it actually helps you to, understand and also study a bit more. So what are some of the myths that we commonly hear? First up, crypto has no intrinsic value. Crypto is too volatile to invest in, and it's too late to invest in crypto. So myth number one, crypto has no intrinsic value, right? So intrinsic value basically means the perceived value of an asset based on the fundamentals itself. So essentially people are saying that crypto has no fundamentals, therefore there is no value, which is obviously false, right? And why does crypto have value? Basically, everyone knows that you can send, receive, and store crypto easier than any traditional assets like gold or land through the blockchain. So every transaction is actually recorded through the blockchain as well. And Bitcoin is the most independent asset that you can own. Why do we say independent? Because basically Bitcoin is the most decentralized cryptocurrency out there. And when we say decentralized, we mean basically no single entity actually controls the Bitcoin network. And as a fact as well, in terms of the overall supply, no single wallet actually controls more than 2% of the supply. So that just shows the amount of decentralization that is in the market. And a very common argument that we hear is basically people say Bitcoin is not something physical, therefore it has no value. But is that really true? Well, if we look at the chart, it shows us a breakdown of tangible versus intangible assets from the S&P 500, right? So intangible assets has basically constituted to over 90% of the overall S&P 500, and some of these assets include your patents, your brand value, software, and IPs as well. So they are definitely valuable in that sense. And also, just for argument's sake as well, if we say that it's intangible and has no value, then does Meta, Facebook actually have value? Of course it does, right? So the whole thinking that, just because you can't see it physically, it has no value, should not be considered in this case. And to provide more insights as well, let's take a look in terms of how stocks and crypto basically have value, or rather understand what are some of the intrinsic values of cryptocurrency. So in stocks, everyone can look at financial reports, right? But in crypto, we have something similar known as the token white paper. So when it comes to token white paper, what it actually means is basically it's the blueprint of the project itself. So it will contain the tokenomics, it will contain the tech behind it, the purpose, and the goal behind the whole project, right? And again, this is also supplemented with the tokenomics itself, which we'll go into detail in the next slide. So some of the fundamental analysis of crypto assets, again, is the project white paper. Is the token or the coin a solution to an important problem? Okay, can the problem be solved through the blockchain? For example, we look at Ripple, XRP. It can send up to 1,500 transactions, which is faster than the SWIFT network itself, right? And for the tokenomics aspect, some of the things that we want to consider is there too much coins in supply that would cause the price to drop? Is basically the token very concentrated in specific wallets? What is the utility of the token and how will the token be distributed? So again, using Bitcoin as an example, Bitcoin is limited in supply. Currently there are about 19.85 million Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is in circulation out of 21 million. So also another interesting fact that I was reading up on, basically, although it's 21 million, right? But analysts say that actually 20% of Bitcoin is actually missing, meaning some people have Bitcoin in their crypto wallets, but they may not have the access to it. So this makes the overall supply even more scarce than it already is. So the next myth is crypto too volatile to invest in. So is it really true? Is it really volatile, too volatile to invest in? Let's take a look. Okay, so zooming out of the overall chart, all right, and we tend to see that Bitcoin price actually always moves up. And what we need to remember about a lot of investments, Bitcoin in particular, it's always the long game, right? It's a long-term investment. And if we just look at the overall chart, we can see the price change of Bitcoin is around 728%, whereas gold has seen a resurgence lately, but it's only 117% compared to the S&P 500, which is 94%. So overall, we do see Bitcoin outperforming all these assets. And in this section, we'll go into detail in terms of how it compares to the overall landscape of investment. So as the title states, Bitcoin has been the top performing asset class over this period. So if you look at annual performance year on year, particularly in the year of 2017, 2020, and 2023 as well, we definitely see a huge percentage of increase when it comes to overall growth for Bitcoin, right, compared to the other investment products out there. But it's also important to note that volatility is definitely there. It's something that we cannot deny, right, when it comes to crypto. But there were also years like 2014, 2018 where Bitcoin didn't really perform well. But if we just zoom out and look at the cumulative return, Bitcoin has over 707K in terms of cumulative return percentage compared to the S&P 500, which is only around 313, right? And in terms of an annualized return, Bitcoin has an annualized return of over 100% versus the S&P 500, which is only 13%. So in summary, despite it being very volatile in a sense, Bitcoin has definitely proven to be a better investment class over a longer period of time. So over here, we have a study from BlackRock, which we like to showcase, which is the world's largest asset company. So what Bitcoin does from an investment portfolio perspective, right? So there's the traditional 60-40% equities over here, the first chart. And what happens if we add a small amount of Bitcoin, it basically reduces the volatility. So 1% of Bitcoin basically reduces the volatility. And it really highlights the diversification opportunity for us here as investors if we were to, diversify our assets to this asset class, right? And of course, if we add more to the portfolio, we do see returns go up, as well as volatility. But what's interesting is the Sharpe ratio goes down, which is basically showing you that your investment is outperforming your overall benchmark, okay? Right, okay, so earlier we looked at some of the technical and historical aspects of Bitcoin and how it, it motivates the price, right? But lately, a lot of these factors also influence Bitcoin price, such as the supply and demand from society and instis, government regulations, and also lately news stories or opinions of a certain someone. So basically on the 10th of October, Donald Trump basically raised the tariffs for trade in China, and we saw the price dip. Can't really see here, but it was the largest liquidation in crypto history, right? So this basically shows you that although you have knowledge in terms of the historical aspect and the technical aspect, it's also important to add in a little bit of macroeconomics when it comes to the investment. Right? And some of the indexes, familiar indexes that we look at is basically the Crypto Fear and Greed Index, which is basically showing you an analysis of the sentiment of the market, right? So with all these basically volatility and certain risks, right, how can we basically mitigate the risk? We have to ensure that all our financials are in check, meaning we need to make sure that we have the essentials like your insurance and all that in check before you sort of make a portfolio for yourself. So when you diversify your portfolio, we always use the 50, 30, 20% budgeting rule. It's also important to study the asset class before you invest in any asset class. Choose your risk tolerance, of course, and we would definitely ask you to buy from a legal and registered entity such as Luno when you want to purchase crypto, right? So sorry, I know I'm running out of time. Okay, the third myth, is it too late to invest in crypto? Short answer is no. Why? So if we look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin was first mined in 2009. So compared to other assets, Bitcoin is still very, very early in terms of an investment stage, right? And as we see technology advance, we definitely also see opportunities for Bitcoin and crypto assets to basically evolve into the space and provide more opportunities for us, not only to invest, but also get exposure to the blockchain technology itself. So Bitcoin is also very special because it has something called a halving effect, which takes every 4 years. Basically, it's harder to mine Bitcoin, right? And the last halving happened in mid-April 2024. And what's important here to see is that basically after every halving, there is a parabolic shift in terms of the price of Bitcoin. So the next one is basically how we can see institutions showing interest in Bitcoin. Basically, they can't deny that this technology is here to stay. So it's more for them to adopt, right? And in January 2024, the Bitcoin ETF was officially approved by the SEC. We also saw Ethereum ETFs being approved subsequently in May, and basically confidence in the overall Bitcoin and crypto landscape from institutional investments definitely grew throughout this market period. And we also see this driving the prices lately when we see a lot of institutional investment into Bitcoin, stuff like your digital asset treasuries and the famous one being MicroStrategy, basically accumulating Bitcoin into their reserves. So we also would definitely foresee that we will have other ETFs, such as the Solana ETF. Actually, the Solana ETF, if I understand correctly, has already been approved in Hong Kong. So aside from just institutions, it's also gaining a lot of attention from countries as well as governments. Countries are already exploring a lot of Bitcoin reserves. Already holding, such as USA, El Salvador, and Ukraine. And the countries that are considering this are basically Pakistan as well as the Czech Republic. So the aim for the nation is basically to diversify their overall treasuries from gold as well as currencies. So again, not only institutions are diversifying into crypto, but countries and governments are also seeing this as an opportunity. And okay, yeah, this is the last part before I move on to the Q&A, which I know I will have to save a bit of time for. But basically, I will just run through a bit about the company which I work for, Luno, and what we do here. Right, so we are the leading regulated cryptocurrency platform operating in the fastest growing market. In Malaysia itself, we command 90% of the Bitcoin market share. We were founded in 2013. We are a global crypto investment app, providing a safe platform for you to buy, store, and sell cryptocurrencies. We are available in 40 countries, and we have introduced crypto to 14 million people around the world. We have over 1 million customers in Malaysia, and we offer 22 of the approved assets from the Securities Commission. So our Wawasan 2020 is basically to upgrade the world to a better financial system through crypto as well as blockchain technology. And some of the available crypto features that we have here on our platform is we have, I don't know why it's not properly aligned, it's bugging me, but we have 22 coins that are listed, right? And we also, if you notice, there's a stake there. So the stake basically means we offer staking as well, staking service. And I'm proud to also announce that aside from Ethereum staking, we also have Solana as well as Cardano, which are Sharia compliant staking product itself. So we were the first recognized RMO DEX in Malaysia, and we report to both Bank Negara as well as the Securities Commission. We have an exchange feature as well, so if you are used to trading, you know, your equities and all, and you're very used to the charts, you can also explore our exchange. We also offer crypto bundles, which is basically similar to a S&P 500, but it's based on the top performing asset class from CoinDesk indices. We also offer crypto staking. So we are also, I think, the only platform that actually offers staking. And we were the first ones, I would say, first regulated platforms in the world to offer Ethereum staking before the rest did. And why Luno Malaysia? Basically, we are registered with the Securities Commission. We also offer a secure and instant transactions. We have very transparent fees before you purchase your crypto. And we also have a low minimum investment as low as RM1. And not to forget, for our Malay investors as well, what's important is you also have Sharia compliant offerings. Basically, if you go to the app and you toggle through the Sharia compliant chips, you can also see which cryptos are basically Sharia compliant, making it easier for our Muslim investors to invest safely and also confidently. Yeah, with that, I would like to conclude my session and start the Q&A. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Jerome. Any questions from the floor? You have for Luno or for Mr. Jerome? Anything about crypto? Any questions?
They said that there'll be prizes, right? For
correct, correct. No, how about we just open the floor first? Is there any questions? If you don't have questions, Mr. Jerome, could you ask a question? And if they can get it correctly, they can win an Aeon voucher from us. Okay, Ken? All right, so what is the question first?
All right, the first question is...
There's only one, so one and only, yeah?
Only one question.
Only one question.
Who is the top regulated exchange in Malaysia?
Oh, you want to pick someone? Okay, put your hands down first, yeah? Put your hands down first.
Okay. I'll ask another question then.
Too easy lah, too easy.
Okay. Huh? Name me 3 staking offerings that are Sharia compliant.
Yes, hi, Miss?
Ethereum, Cardano, and Solana.
Holy, is that correct? All
yes,
right.
absolutely right.
Awesome. Please claim your prize over here, yeah? Thank you so much. And of course, thank you so much, Mr. Jerome. Can we give Jerome a round of applause? Yeah,
thanks,
over here.
Thanks.
You can claim it here. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, that was the talk from our friends from Luno. And of course, it was about crypto. If you would like to know more, if you would like to explore Luno, please head on over to their booth right over there.
Our booth is right in front, so if you want like a one-on-one in terms of onboarding yourself as a Luno customer, please head over to our booth.
Yes, absolutely. I'm sure there's some promotions, some discounts.
There's very lucrative promotions which offer you like at least 75 ringgit for free Bitcoin.
Awesome. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, please head on over to the Luno booth. And of course, don't go anywhere. We will have our next presenters on stage as well, talking about Gaji to Goals. Learn how investing regularly can turn you into a millionaire by retirement. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back shortly, and that will start at about 5 p.m. So for those who are needing the chop for your passport, you can do it now. Yeah. Okay, so if you're already done, awesome, right? Just take a seat, relax, kick back, and we'll be starting very, very soon. Thank you. All of this is brought to you by the Invest Smart Fest 2025. Bijak Labor, Hidup Makmur. That is our theme for this year's Invest Smart. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it simply means if you make the smart decisions in your investments, you will live a prosperous life. And of course, we have our next speaker ready already. And we are going to talk about gaji to goals, how to turn your salary into goals. Yeah. And of course, we have the CEO of Wahid Malaysia. So we are still waiting for more crowds to come over because we have some prizes to give away after the session. All right. So make sure to come over to the stage area, take a seat, and we will start very, very soon. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you are all waiting for the next session in order for you to stamp the passport, right? So we just had a very interesting session just now from our friends at Luno, and they did talk a little bit about crypto and of course how you could invest it, how you could expose yourself more to Luno, and of course some facts and tips and tricks about Luno app itself. So make sure to go and visit them, right? So now, ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker ready already. He will talk to you about Gaji to Goals, all right? So you can learn how investing regularly can turn you into a millionaire by retirement, or why waiting another year could cost you everything. Ladies and gentlemen, Zayan brings over 10 years of fintech expertise to Malaysia, having launched and scaled Wahid's Sharia compliant investing platform across multiple regions, turning Malaysia into Wahid's largest market. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome our speaker, Mr. Zayan, CEO of Wahid Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
At the end of this session, hopefully we can, I could sort of like pass some knowledge and that we can understand about how you want to build your wealth journey. Number two is you have to understand the perspective of risk inside investment, very important, risk and reward. And then finally, what are your options? I think again, here you can see a lot of options. You might want to figure out like what's the best for you, right? So hopefully I can try to share a bit of one or two on these points. So, Gaji to go. Starting from understanding what is your timeline. How many years do you have ahead until you plan to retire, right? So generally we see that if you start from working at the age of 20, 25, you have about 40 years ahead of you. And this is sort of like ties back to the average age, Malaysians sort of start working and also how much they spend working. And that's what you have to understand. That's really your source of income and wealth. But if you don't plan to do anything with it, or you plan to spend it away, your wealth is just going to be depleting over time. So number one, the most important concept is to understand what you have in your advantage. Actually, for younger people, you guys there, you have a lot of time ahead of you. So please remember that time is an advantage when it comes to building wealth. But at the same time, we have to understand as well, like, it's just a matter of mindset. So you have time, but if you don't think about it, or you even consider it as your advantage, then you might have these problems. You might run out of time, number one. Number two is you run out of wealth and money, meaning to say you're not able to work anymore, but suddenly, what are you left with, right? Or, which is why I say it, like, you want to work until you die, right? So that's the whole point. I don't think anyone wants to work until they die or drop, right? Only a few who really, really love their job. Who's around here who really, really love their job and don't mind dying at their job? I don't see any for that. So all of us, right? I think we would want to try and plan for something the day after we are no longer working, or you want to just basically spend and have fun and not think about making an income anymore. So planning for wealth is very important. So that's why I say, one of the things that is quite critical among Malaysians is that we don't think enough about our retirement. That end bit, when we no longer drawing any income and we're spending, and to continue our lives. So, but also at the same time, we understand the need to save is also quite difficult, right? 61%, 6 out of 10 Malaysians cannot easily just put aside 1,000 ringgit, which is also very important when you want to start investing. Because you can't just jump in and start investing and you don't have anything to start with your base, which is your emergency fund. So, next question. How much do you actually need when you want to retire? So, here's some mental sort of math. There's this rule called 4% rule. The reason why it's 4% is that you want to make sure that when you draw your, when upon retirement, when you're actually spending month to month, you're not going to deplete it. So you don't have like, so the 4% also ties back to the interest rate and also the inflation. So you don't basically lose value of whatever that you saved over time, and you're able to continue to spend almost indefinitely until you die. So what does this mean, right? So if you apply that you're assuming you want to live off, say, 4,000 ringgit a month, that's yearly 48,000. So, but at this age, you have to remember, you are no longer, hopefully, you're no longer paying for your house, no longer paying for your car, and whatnot. So all your, I would say, obligations, liabilities like that, like loans, are normally out of control. So you just want to purely spend. This is like, think about it, purely on the spending. So some might think that's a lot, but I also think about it like you have to think projected forward. This is 20, 30 years down the road, 4,000 might not be enough, or not, the value will change because there's inflation. If you notice, if you turn back the clock like 30 years ago, the 4,000 would have been a lot. Now you're just barely living day to day, right? So that's important. So number one is understand how much you actually end up with, that you can spend money, and what is that retirement fund look like. So here's some sort of examples, and you go figure which sort of lifestyle do you want to continue living, or where are you right now, or do you want to just continue sort of like that lifestyle that you have currently with your income. So this is just an idea about how much you need to save or actually think about in the end. Now, going back to the time, because you would see that there's 3 types of risk. Just like I think just generally in life, you have the younger people who tend to want to take more risks than the older people, right? There's a reason for that. Because if you break into this wealth journey, there's 3 parts. Depending where you are on age, you want to take high risk because you're face of accumulation. So a lot of people who are starting work, this is where you can actually take risks. Because you want to build a foundation and you have way more time ahead of you so you can course correct. But as you grow older, you want to take medium risk and low risk. So you can imagine the same thing, right? You don't imagine a 70, 80-year-old trying to do bungee jumping. Or as you grow older, like even in the 30s, 40s, we're like, okay, I don't think I should be able to stretch myself so much, right? So that same concept applies to investing as well. Think of time of your advantage, but you want to also understand what type of risk you can take in order for you to plan your goals. This is an illustration of what that means, because if you take one example, which is the stock market, what we have right now is the S&P 500, or actually, which we have an ETF that can track over a period of 5 years, but if you zoom out, generally the same picture stands. But what it tells you is that from the start to end, you would have many sort of fluctuations if you invest fully in equities. But it makes sense as well because you need full equity in part of your portfolio. Now, with that means that this is the reason why you need to be able to take out risk, because you're able to sort of like wither through the ups and downs. As you grow older, you might want to take less risk. Why is it? If you have a same amount of time that you want to set, your period of investing is shorter than the one before, right? Investing, you can actually go through and have a higher potential to get a positive return. But as you grow older, or your time horizon for investing is shorter, you might think about, I might not want to take too much risk because what if it goes down, right? Within the period of time that I'm investing. So that's why I sort of like draw this line here. You can see the wave line below there. From very volatile to a medium risk, which is you want to take something that is more predictable within the range that you're willing to use. Now finally, if you go on the low risk, which is basically if you're older and your time to invest is actually shorter as well, you might not want to think about having too much risk. But imagine that. At the end bit there, if I were to be a high risk investor, with my investment or my wealth, that's why it's important to actually highlight the concept of time, risk, and reward when it comes to investing. Now, the other most important, this is the silent thing that nobody talks about, is the power of compounding, which is when you have time, that every investment compounds on itself. So this is the illustration, right? If you have 25, if you start at the age of 25 years old, with a monthly investing of 500 ringgit and an average of 8%, assuming you can reach the 1 million. So you can imagine that. You're 25 years old, and then you're thinking ahead, right? 500 may be a lot now, but over time, if you think about it, it's like you average it out. So there might be a time where you're actually earning a lot more, and you're putting a lot more. So that will average out to 500 ringgit. That's what I'm saying here is that if you start early, or you understand the concept of time and risk and reward, everybody has the chance to be a millionaire. It really is as simple as this concept is now, time and then the power of compounding. Talking about time again, now you have to ask yourself, what do you have at hand? What are the times that you have at hand, daily, monthly or not? If you spend time clicking your, scrolling your phone 20, 30 minutes a day, you know, that sort of time that you say it's finite, right? Everybody has 24 hours. But then what will be your option to invest? Because you can either set and forget, you want to have, let's imagine that you want to take more control of your investment. There's a lot of groups here. These are the likes of brokerage and whatnot. You can actually consider that as an option to invest. Why? Because you want to time to stop picking and you understand the market. But I always say to people, like, if you have limited amount of time, but also time to think about it, the resources that you need to put into really acting on the brokerage and trading. And the middle bit is someone that you trust to build on. It's something around unit trust, mutual funds. It's something that you may not need to spend a lot of time. You might need to just engage with the agent once in a while, but there's still time spent, right? And that's, of course, talking about onboarding, dealing with agents, and getting that review return. But now, in this day and age, we have one more option, which is you do not have time at all. All you need is about 5 to 7 minutes, answer a few questions about yourself, which is then understand what your risk appetite, which I mentioned earlier now. You have high, medium, and low. And then you have essentially everything is investment. Because the investment that you participate with the robo-advisor, like I did, is for the long term. It's a passive investment. So the time effort that you require to just invest is really low. So consider again, these are your options to invest. And then you have to also look at your, I would say this is similar to a budget. It's like how much every time your money comes in on a monthly basis, what are you going to decide? On spending, right? On saving. This is the most basic one. I think everyone has done this before, right? Either spend all your money or set aside. But here is always the third way. Investment is always going to be something that you should consider after you have done some form of saving. Because investing is, like I said, it is something that you do not want to touch and basically disturb, and it needs to grow over time. Unlike saving, saving is like, okay, I need to save enough so that I can withdraw anytime I need, right, for my purchases or emergency. But you have to understand the difference between saving and invest is simply on how much value it will bring over time. Saving, unfortunately, if you can see, is that if you put in on a typical fixed deposit savings rate, will it actually beat the inflation? Also, another thing, no one actually talks enough about inflation, but everybody feels it because there's not going to be a headline inflation that says, oh, your money is going to lose 4% every year. Nobody says that. You won't even find it in the newspaper. But now if you go, you can check, you've gone through all the shops around, how much does the coffee cost right desk, or you go through on our website, you can scan it, and we have this calculator. You have to try what's the actual difference between investing and saving. By just clicking that button, you'll be able to see how much difference do you need to save versus investing. Because what is at play here is the power of compounding. Saving does not have power of compounding. Saving just get save out your money in excess of what you make. Investing grows it, right? So build it. I mean, it's sort of like have its own, compounding effect, which grows well over time. So try this out. You'll be amazed how much different or less, I would say, amount that you need to set aside monthly in order for you to get to your goal. And why Wahid? I mean, of course, I'm saying all of this because we offer a product that fits whatever I just said. Because investing, we're trusted over 400,000 investors worldwide. We're sure compliant. That means we're very stick to our goals of making sure there's an alternative for a riba-free world, or interest-free world. We're to have a diverse set of investment assets, a lot to choose from, like I said, not just the different types of risk, but also type of investment. You want to invest in gold, a loan, you can have that. You can invest in US stock loan, you can decide so. And finally, of course, like I said, spending less time on the phone, you can directly engage without anyone. Today's inception, you get to engage with me if you want to ask questions. But if not, usually it's everything is online, everything has got to be on the app, so it's easy for you to start. And finally, again, like I said, consider about what is your alternative for saving, because you don't want your money to lose to inflation over time. So find something that beats inflation, better than FDs, the money markets, and then free from at least that's how we position ourselves. If you want to sign up for a wait list, there's a new product that's coming out in a few weeks' time. So we'll be giving out special privileges to those who join with this. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Zayan. Zayan, please stay back. I have an Aeon voucher to give away. All right, so do you have any questions or you want me to ask a question? Yeah, you want to ask them one question. If they answer correctly, then they can get the Aeon voucher. I have the question, yes. Can anybody explain in detail what is the principle of compounding? Okay lah. As long as you are satisfied, then can already. Any takers? Principle of compounding.
What are we giving away? What's the reward?
Aeon voucher.
Aeon voucher.
20 ringgit.
20 ringgit.
Yeah.
20 ringgit to test of knowledge. What do you know about power of
Maybe not in detail, just a satisfactory answer. Anybody wants to try? Yes. You want to come to the front? Yeah. Come here. Come take a seat.
Is it when you keep money inside your savings and you never take it out, and then it gains interest over time? So that's the power of compounding interest.
So you're saying is that don't take it out, it grows over time. Okay, let's keep that. You have one more answer. I just want to choose one more time.
The interest put back to the principal, and the interest earn interest from then onwards. That's compounding.
Very cool. You have 14 million, but what is No, you're right. So one is to not bring it out, but also that means that keeping your returns intact with your principal. Both is correct, but I think you pick out your friend first.
All right, so please go claim your prize, yeah? Yeah. So he chose your answer. All right, so thank you. Okay, can we give him a round of applause to our speaker for that amazing sharing, yeah? Thank you so much, yeah, Zayan? All right, so that was Zayan from Wahid, Malaysia. Zayan, where is the booth? Where's your booth? No booth, yeah? But if they want, they can just look for you, right? Okay, so you'll be walking around. Online, huh? All right. So make sure to search for them online, Wahid, and they will be able to give you all the information you need, all right? So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to now invite our next speaker. Is our speaker ready? Awesome, all right? So our next speaker is going to talk a little bit about your business accelerator, okay? So discover how ECF, also known as equity crowdfunding, can serve as a powerful accelerator for your business growth as MyStarter unveils real-world success stories and insider strategies to unlock funding from the public. And of course, joining us on stage, we have Mr. William. With over 35 million ringgit in successful fundraisers in just 15 months, this fast-rising head of business development at MyStarter brings fresh insights and hands-on experience in helping companies leverage ECF to meet and exceed their funding goals. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to Mr. William?
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and to everyone. Welcome to InvestSmart, especially brought to you by Security Commission Malaysia. And my name is William. I'm from MyStarter. All right, well, just want to check, any one of you here have heard about the equity crowdfunding? Maybe just raise out your hand. How many of you here? Okay, just few of you know about equity crowdfunding. Then I wouldn't ask the next question, because what I'm going to ask is that, how many of you have ever invested in equity crowdfunding project? None of you, right? Okay, never mind. Because now we are talking about the investment. Should I go up the stage or just down here? Up to me. Okay? I think it's too high for me. I'll prefer go down. All right? Too high for me, the stage. All right. Okay, now we have a closer, relation and distance here. So if you have any questions, you can ask me anytime, all right? Anytime throughout the whole process. By right, all right, basically this presentation, this is not me. This is my boss, Mr. Goh. And this presentation is supposed to be presented by him. And he's not around and he's not available. So I'm representing to do the presentation today. And to those who don't know equity crowdfunding, definitely you don't know him. But if you heard about equity crowdfunding, definitely you know who this guy is, okay? He's one of the pioneers in in the scene in the equity crowdfunding in Malaysia. So one of the very famous people, and prominent leader in the Malaysia business community as well. So if you like to know him, all right, you want to get to know him, all right, welcome to GMBB. That's where our office is, okay? Located at level 7. I can arrange that for you to meet up if you have an interest to do the equity crowdfunding. Okay, now, actually I want to skip, skip about what is equity crowdfunding, because yesterday one of my friends, Jeff, Mr. Jeff from Pitch In, he has actually explained all about the equity crowdfunding. Anyone have joined yesterday's sessions from Pitch In? No. All right, then I'm going to start all over again, but I have 15 minutes, right? Okay, I'm going to make it fast, simple. Okay, let me introduce a little bit about MyStarter. We start off as a reward crowdfunding. Anyone heard about Kickstarter before from United States? No, all right. Kickstarter basically is a reward crowdfunding, reward-based crowdfunding, meaning that if you have any idea or you have a product, you have produced it, and you need the fund for you to do the mass production, then you can raise the fund from the public. That's some sort like a reward crowdfunding, and that's done by the Kickstarter. And we are inspired by Kickstarter. That's why we changed our name. We use the MyStarter, Malaysian version of the Kickstarter. But we start off with the product crowdfunding and move on. We pivot to the equity crowdfunding since the year 2019. And this is totally different scene and different story, because product crowdfunding, what you're going to get normally is a product. It's something like a pre-sales of the products, okay? But equity crowdfunding, in other words, if your company would like to raise funds to scale up your company business, you can issue a new share, all right, and sell this share to the investor, to the public. You are raising funds from public. That's why the keyword of equity crowdfunding is crowd, all right? Selling your company equity to get the fund from the public. That's how it works. I put in a simple word, all right? Okay. And of course, we are one of the platforms recognized by Security Commission Malaysia. What you can see here on most of the, I think I would say all the exhibitors here, they are recognized platforms, so no worry. All right, you can check it out. Whatever project they introduce to you definitely is regulated by Security Commissions, yeah? Okay, now, since today is talking about investment, basically our pitch deck is more targeting the business owner, but I'm going to change it in the other way. I'll let you know how MyStarter choose our project so that you can invest smart and wisely. Okay, now look at this. Normally, why a company, they will come for the MyStarter or any funding platform to raise fund? Simple, all right? It's only one reason. The reason is they need the fund for them to solve the short terms problems or even the long terms. So for the short terms, that basically for the relief of the financial difficulties, secure short-term orders. For the long-term purpose, market potential or accelerate the transformation or scale up the development. And throughout these two types of the applications, we're preferring to get those who really were looking for the scale up business. All right. If you are looking for the fund for you to fill up the hole in your company, all right, to pay out your debt, well, I would say that it's very hard for you to get the fund from the public. Just imagine that, put yourself in the shoe of the investors. Will you invest in a company that's going to get your money and pay to others? No, right? Any one of you going to invest in this type of company? No, right? So you will invest in a company that willing to scale up by using your money. Because in that scenario, in that context, it means that this company will generate more revenue. If more revenue and profit generated, means that you have a very good return. So this is how a company that we're going to choose. A company that's going to scale up, not getting the money to pay the capital, all right? So I make it fast. There are two types of the options for you to get the money. Of course, debt and loan, or maybe the equity, which like us, equity crowdfunding. And equity, they divided to mainly two categories: venture capital, private equity, and equity crowdfunding, all right? So next. All right, what is crowdfunding? Simple. When you do the public financing, typically via online, through the online. That's why we call it the crowdfunding. So it's very straightforward. And this definition you can find online as well. Simple, right? And you're going to gather the small amounts of the investment from the public and to create a pool of funds. And this entrepreneur or this business owner going to use this pool of funds to scale up their business. All right, that's very straightforward. And again, I would like to mention and keep emphasizing about this, okay? Equity crowdfunding is not just investment, it's not just investing, but instead, it's also, we emphasize on the involvement. You know why? Try imagine that, okay? If you have a group of investors, a group of friends, or even your customer, if you make them become your investor, what's going to happen? They become a stakeholder, right? Whatever business that you're doing, they will become someone that related. If you're making profit, they gain the profit. If you're making loss, they will facing the loss as well. So the smart way to make it investor, I mean, a way to get your investor is from your circle of your customer. Make them to become your stakeholders. So this is how equity crowdfunding always emphasizes, okay? It's not about just investment. Try to get the surrounding, your people, your networking, regardless it's your primary tier or second tier or the third tier of your network, try to get them involved in your business. But of course, don't give them the ordinary share yet. You know why? Because if they have the voting rights, somehow you are facing a lot of trouble. You know, this strategy no good, this management style no good, I'm going to change. No, you just give them the preference share at the beginning. But of course, it's up to you. It's up to you, all right? There's no right or wrong. It depends on which kind of shares and how you plan your route of the, I would call that, expansion, all right? So there are a few types of the crowdfundings: ECF, P2P, reward, donation, IEO. I'm not going to explain much on this. All right. Okay. Now, I remember yesterday one of the speakers from Kenanga, I think is Isabel. She did mention about if you like to do the investment, right? You need to find a person, an advisor with the license. The keyword is license, right? Same thing, similar to equity crowdfunding or any funding platform. If you like to look for the project for you to do the investment, go to the platform recognized by Security Commission, and we call ourselves a recognized market operator. And all these name lists, you can actually find it on Security Commission's website. All right, I repeat, you just search RMO, recognized market operator. You can find all this listed, all right? You get 13 platforms of the equity crowdfunding. P2P, we have 18 platforms at this moment. And DAX, we have 6, e-services 6, and EIEO 2, and so on. All this name is very important. If you're looking for the platform, to look for the project, for you to do the investment, because they are recognized market operator, all right? Check it from the Security Commission website. Next. All right, the advantage of ECF. By the way, how long time I need? I still have, I think I have no time already, right? Okay, give me another 5 minutes, is this okay? 1 minute, 1 minute, it could be a Q&A already, 2 minutes. All right, the good things about the ECF is that, okay, it's an asset, it's not a liability, no worry. You get the fund, you get the money, it's not the liability because you're not getting the money, borrowing the money from the platform and from the public. No, they are the investment, so it's an assets, not liability. And the second thing is about the government core investment fund. I'm going to make it fast. Okay, they got MySIF and CoreSIF. MySIF is channeled by Malaysia of Finance, MOF, and the CoreSIF is from the MITI. So it can up to 1 to 4 or 1 to 2. Meaning that for every 4 ringgit you raise, MySIF will invest you 1 ringgit. Or depends on the industry. Some industry, for every 2 ringgit you raise, the core invest from the government will be 1 ringgit. So that is very important. Okay, I'm going to show you this one. This is a very quick one. All right. You know the budgeting Belanjawan, right? Just previously announced by our Prime Minister, Mr. Dato Sri Anwar. So he has unveiled the 200 million fund to support MSMEs via ECF and P2P platforms. All right, you can read that from there, or you can even search it from the newspaper. All right, the news. This is actual news from our Prime Minister. Wow, too excited, right? The chair broken. Okay, I think need someone to help here. The chair just broken. Okay, make sure no one is hurt. All right. Okay, while everyone is looking on the chair, please, can I have your little bit attention on that? The chair is not going to make you money, but I'm going to help you to make money. Okay, not the chair. The chair is broken. All right. So check it. The budget 2026 highlights. All right, the MySIF, not going to talk much about MySIF. Okay, this is our platform. We have been raised more than 200 million and 80 over successful projects from MyStarter. Okay, I'm not going to talk about this. Okay, too many things. I'm going to skip it. All our issuers previously successfully raised fund, more than 200 million. Okay, all of them. That's our total fund size. And okay, these are our issuers as well. We have been raised 20 million for the Good Morning, Kejap Food, Meet Me, a lot of them. Okay, I just show a few. ECF process, nothing much. Okay, if you like to know how it processed the ECF, come to me. I'm at B43 or 34, 43, right? 34, B34. I'm just next behind the M Investment Bank. Okay, look for me. I'm going to explain to you. All right, I think no more. No more, right? Okay, okay, not so important. What's next? Okay, good news. The last good news. Because, okay, we are facing some problems from the issuer because the exit of this project is not easy. I mean, like from the equity crowdfunding. So that's why we have come up with the accelerator program and the incubator program. So how it works, look for me. I'm William at B34, all right? Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please, you can ask me. Allow them to ask maybe questions if they have. Okay, any questions?
Yeah, any questions on the floor?
That's one of my fastest presentation. Okay, any questions? No questions, right? Because you don't know what I'm talking about. That's why no question, you know? When always teacher asks, any questions? Oh, no, they don't even keep eye contact, you know?
Yeah, so
Thank
now
you so much.
you want to ask one question.
Oh, I ask them one question.
So if they can answer, they can win the voucher.
What voucher? What voucher
20 ringgit Aeon voucher.
Aeon voucher, how much worth?
20 ringgit.
20 ringgit.
So
okay.
you can see how difficult your question want to be.
My question is very simple. But before that, how many of you who want the 20 ringgit Aeon voucher? Just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4? Do we have 4? We just give them 4 together. No, just one.
Just one.
Okay,
Give
one
it the-
question. Meaning that only 4 of you can answer. The rest you don't want. Then don't raise your hand. Don't raise your hand. Okay, that's one question. Simple questions. The fastest, raise up your hand, then you can answer this question. Okay, is that okay?
Yes.
Or any question you want to help me to ask?
You can go ahead. I think your questions are a little bit more suitable.
Suitable,
Because
okay.
if I ask, it will be very complex.
Simple. My question is very simple. All right. Where is my starter booth? Name me the number. Okay, one more. Once more.
One more time, put down your hand, yeah?
My starter's booth number 3. No. Put down your hand. 3, 2, 2.5. Not yet. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay lah. Nanti. So, number?
43.
Are you sure I give you another chances? With the alphabet number at the front?
34.
24 34 Is it correct? I'm going to ask my colleague.
Behind M-Bank booth.
34, right? All right, behind M-Bank it's B34. All right, thank you so much. Please come to get your
correct.
voucher here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we give Mr. William a round of applause? Any closing remarks, Mr. William?
Look for me at the B34, all right?
Okay,
Thank
all right.
you, and back to the MCs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to know more about MyStarter, how it can help your investment journey, or how you can, just want to know more about ECF, please do make your way towards MyStarter booth. It is just behind the M Investment. Yeah, so he's heading over there right now. If you want to go and ask him question, feel free to do so. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, thank you for joining us here. We will have our next activity here on stage, which is a presentation on your one-stop dispute resolution avenue. So we will take a very, very short break, and we will be right back. Thank you, and I'll see you soon.